I'm back. I'll give y'all a few minutes to get here. I don't know what happened on my end, but I couldn't read the chat, so hopefully I'll be able to read y'all this time around. So we'll wait and see what happens. Ouch. I don't know if it was just my connection or I had to restart my device. I have no bloody idea. So let's try this again. Hi, Tim. How you doing? What's up? Not much. Trying to stay busy. Getting everything situated, working on a couple of projects, and then also getting ready to start shooting pool again. That's been my goal for the past 2 years, to get back up there. So, you've had a rough week. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, honey. I mean, I got sick, so what was going on? What's been going on with your week? Has it been rough at work? Oh, you quit your job. Why? What happened? Well, I hate to hear that. I'm sorry. That's not good. You know, my parents always told me never to quit a job until I had another job in place of it to go to. But I'm sorry that things didn't seem like it was working out over there. So what happened? Couldn't get along with the boss, or couldn't get along with the people you were working with? Yeah, you just gotta believe you will bounce back. It's just a minor roadblock. We all go through those hiccups. I can relate to that. Well, have you found a new job yet? Or are you still looking? I know it's kind of rough out there for some people. Ouch. You think you got something lined up? Well, that's good. I keep my fingers crossed. It works out, baby, because that's not good. It's like I know a lot of businesses are, I heard in the news at least, but I only caught a piece of it, about some of the, big companies had been going through and laying off people. Like, I think it was like through like UPS and FedEx or something. I mean, I think it happened like a couple months ago, but no. Hey, I understand. Hey, Fred. Oh, thank you, baby. Well, hello, Diana. How you doing, beautiful? Yeah, my day's been good, sweetheart. Thank you for asking. I hope yours been good too, honey. Oh, thank you for that. My nose. Uh-oh. I think I got an itch. I gotta go blow my nose. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna go find a tissue, because I don't even think I have any in here. No, of course not. Okay, let's try this again. So I just took a shower. I don't know, maybe I got some soap stuck in my nose. I don't know. But anyhow. You slept a day away. Well, that's nice. Did you get some good sleep, honey? That's what I've been trying to do, because my parents came through a few weeks ago, and they've been telling me, but I've been hearing it from multiple people, from a few friends of mine who are psychic like me, telling me that I'm not taking good care of myself, I'm not getting enough sleep, I'm not eating right, and so forth. So I've been trying to do that as best I can. Some nights I sleep good. Like, I think I slept pretty good last night, but the night before, not so much. But that's because I got sick, too. So, got food poisoning. Hi, Alejandro. How you doing, baby? No. Yeah, all the bubbles in my nose from those, erotic cards. Man, I got this deck all turned around. But I'm glad you got some sleep, honey. That's always good. Get plenty of rest. I even got one of those self-care decks. And I got a couple. Yeah, there was, one of my friends was very generous to give me a few decks. So I'm supposed to be getting a couple more. So. Alright, Alejandro, don't make you blush, baby. Those are some really erotic cards, y'all. And that's all I'm gonna say, because like I was looking at some of them and I'm like, oh wow. Like I'm serious. I'd be like, I'm gonna be turning, instead of 50 Shades of Grey, it's gonna be 50 Shades of Red. So, if anyone is brave to get that deep into your relationship, I got those kind of decks. So I only got one right now, but the other ones are coming. But the one I got, I mean, it's pretty chilled compared to the other two. It has the mental and emotional component to it, which that's more of me. But it definitely will be spicy, because it's one of those spicy decks, like after hours erotic decks. You got to try them out. Well, Tim, You'd have to get with me for a personal reading, baby, because it's only going to be like personal readings. Because, I mean, I would have to make damn sure like you're 18 and up. So, I know you are. I'm just saying. It will be for those personal readings. Like, I can't do it out here on the stream because I'll get in trouble. They're that graphic. I mean, I sent a few to Alejandro and Eternal, so they can tell you they're very graphic. And there was just a few that they saw. So, but if anyone's that curious, I do got them. So, anyhow, Miss Diana, thank you so much again for the super chat, honey. Let me pull a couple of cards for you. Let's just see what Spirit got to say to you. It will make you tingle a bit. Yeah, and then some. Like I said, the one I got is pretty chill. But the other two that are coming, they're like... I was completely surprised, you know. And I was over there blushing, and it's like, well, if my parents were still alive, this would have been a perfect deck for them. Because let me tell y'all, my parents, I was blessed to have the parents that I had because they were very open. Like, I could talk to them about anything and everything, including that. And it would have been like a perfect deck for them. Like one of the decks would be like one of those decks that, you know, if you wanted to spice things up, you know, you could pull it for each other kind of thing. So, it will be interesting to see anyone who's brave enough to step forward and find out about that deck or those other two decks. And now it's really going to be funny to hear me say decks every time because y'all going to think something else. Not like y'all don't do that already with me sometimes, but I'm just saying. All right, Miss Diana. Let's see. I got these oracle cards in my hand. And they're pretty much like self-care and personal growth. So I'm going to pull a couple. Let me just see what Spirit has to say. I could grab my snarky deck too, but I meant to grab it actually. I already thought that. Well, I mean, y'all say that to me. Some of y'all said that to me in the past. When I say decks, y'all say it sounds like something else. So I forget to say tarot oracle deck so y'all understand what I'm saying. Alright, Spirit. Can I get a couple of cards for Miss Diana, please? What does Diana need to hear right now? Spirit. Ooh. Well, you're a free spirit like me, honey. I get like you're one of those... You're more easygoing, and I think Spirit wants to acknowledge that. That you're, you know, non-judgmental. You may even be one that gravitates towards the spiritual world, but in the context of even when it comes to even the magic. Like, I got the witch card here. So, that's the first card that came out. And it's, you know, talking about how, you know, you don't go with the normal societal constraints. You reject it. And you could also be a witch yourself who practices magic. And if this is something that, you know, is something that you haven't thought of yet pursuing, that maybe this is something you need to do, beautiful. Start looking into it, because there's many different types of witches. There's not just, you know, everybody, when they hear witch, they always think of black magic, and it's not just that. Hi, Eternal. Welcome back, baby. Alright, Spirit. What else? Give me a couple more. You have that healing ability, Diana. Stay positive, girlfriend. And don't allow people to bring you down either. That's what Spirit just said. Make sure you're focusing on your own well-being too. Don't allow yourself to get drained by others. Make sure you conserve your strength and your healing energy for yourself too. All right, Spirit. What else do you want to say? All right. And everything you're working towards, opportunities, goals, Spirit saying that you will achieve them. Because I have the Wreath card here, and it's all about accomplishment and success. So it's like I feel like you are on the steady right path. Even if it takes you a little bit longer to reach it, know that you are taking the right steps towards it. You know, and if something does come up that feels like a block, or, you know, as I like to say, a hiccup, don't allow it to stress you out or overwhelm you. You know, it's just part of the lesson, and it's part of your path of what you need to go through, sweetheart. And I know you'll get it to the end of it. I believe in you. Okay, I'm going to pull from one of these. This is like this is kind of like an angel and another spirit guide deck that I just got. Spirit, what other message? Can I get one more message for Miss Diana? And then I'll pull you a rebel card, beautiful. What message you got for Diana, Spirit? Thank you. As all my cards just get turned right around. One flipped over. Thank you, Spirit. Oh, well. Spirit's confirming, you know, like, if you're not practicing any kind of, witchcraft, even if it's just, some people would even call it like a kitchen witch. Someone who, uses herbs, natural, for medicine. Spirit's wanting you to stay on that path. Because you're, if you haven't awakened this side of you yet, Spirit's encouraging you to do so. Because I have the underworld here, and it says, awaken your inner witch to maximize your potential and connect to the universal energy. Sorry about the glare, y'all. I don't know if y'all can read that. It might read backwards, but that's what it says for you, Diana. And I love that. You got a long way to go, still beautiful. But like I said, I feel like you're going to reach it over here. And then with this coming out. So Spirit's confirming that that's where you're meant to go. So keep doing it, honey. You'll reach the end in what you're trying to achieve. Victory and success is yours, is what I just heard. I love that. Ouch. My kitty cat scratched me, so I got a couple of claw marks on my fingers. Alright, let me get you a rebel card, beautiful Spirit. Can I get a rebel card for Miss Diana, please? And thank you. Well, Spirit's trying to be very blunt. Some of these are funny, and some of these are blunt, straight to the point. Spirit said, save your effing money. Treat yourself later. So, there's something about you need to focus on conserving your money. And, if there's something that you have in mind that you want to get for yourself, Spirit saying start saving it and grab it later. But now it's not time to go splurging. So, see, it says save your effing money. And that's what I got for you, beautiful. Oh, you're so welcome, Diana. Thank you. Thank you so much, honey, for your super chat, super sticker. I appreciate you. Oh, really? Let's see. Let me report you real quickly, because you see, I don't play around with that. Oh, let me report this one too real quickly. That way, YouTube will just suspend or kick you out and not, come back. HN, I'm only doing paid readings, honey. It's $5 US. Yeah, keep on saving, beautiful. You'll reach it. Like, honey, even I, like, oh my goodness. Like, my car's been broke down since March. I haven't had my car since March. And, like, people's, everybody keeps saying to me, well, Amanda, you should do one nice thing for yourself. And so, I shouldn't have done it, but I did. Go and spend money, get my nails done, right? But you can see my nails right now. They need to be done badly. Because I've been trying to save my money to get my car fixed. So, I know I can't be going out spending money on other things like that. So, I'm going to have to let my nails go for a bit so I can get my car fixed first. So, I get it. It's hard. Especially when we see something we want. It's like, girlfriend, that's why I avoid, like, window shopping. I don't do it. I refuse to go anywhere where shopping's involved because I know me. I'm going to more than likely see something I want, and I'm always going to have that temptation to want to buy it, but I know I can't do that. I know that that would be foolish. And I have the control and the discipline to not buy it, but why even torment myself? So I just don't even bother. The only place that could probably get me would be Walmart, just because that's where I get my groceries from. But aside from that, I don't do none of that. So keep doing what you're doing, honey. How have I been getting around? I mean, I got another car, but it needs to be fixed too. Technically, it shouldn't be driven because there's no AC in it. And it's overheating if you try and turn the AC on. So, but my other one, it needs a power steering pump, a new water pump, and the radiator has to be replaced. So that's why I haven't been anywhere. And I rarely leave this house. And, the past couple times I went out, it's because one of my friends came and got me. I didn't drive my car. Because the one that is here, I don't want to drive it. Because I don't want to tear it up more. So as long as I don't turn the AC on, it'll be okay. But it needs to be fixed too. But the Focus is the first one. Because I had already spent money at the beginning of the year replacing the whole transmission in the car that's here. So, but anyhow, but I get it. I get money's tight, so I focus on, my priorities. And it's like, even me, it's like I don't eat every day. I skip meals, but I even skip days to eat because I just don't have the money. Like, I needed to get my medicine, and I needed my medicine. It was either my medication or food. Well, I can't work without my medication, so I had to get that first. So, I know how to rough it out and go without. It's not easy. And I understand for some people, it can get very depressing. I get that, but I'm focused on the long term, what I'm trying to get to, not, the right here, right now. So, but yeah. Alright, Tim. Let's see. Let me pull a few cards for you, baby, since you're one of my members. Ouch. because my Patreon members, y'all get y'all's free card pull for being one of my members. So I appreciate y'all. Oh, baby, you can't get depressed. You gotta keep fighting through. You've heard me share some of my stories, how hard I've had to, you know, the obstacles I've gone through. And I always found a way. I always know not to give up, baby. And you can't give up. You gotta believe in yourself. I get it gets hard and depressing at times. But you gotta think positively, you know. You know, I always say to myself, I say this to myself every day. And I recite it to myself in the mirror. I always say everything's going to work out perfectly in my favor. And I repeat it until I like feel it in my spirit. And it changes my mindset. It changes my, you know, the way I look at things. And I start looking things in a more positive light. And I realize, you know, it's down to me, because if you're constantly sad or depressed, you're going to attract people that are sad and depressed. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, you know, because I know me, I can attract a lot of those people, and I want to help them, but then it's like you can only do so much before you end up burning yourself out. So you want to attract, you know, the right people that are going to be positive, that are going to also be encouraging and uplifting to you. So try and think of it in that way. I'm just too strong. I'm too much of a fighter. That's what my parents raised me to be, so I can't give up. I don't know what that means, really. I do, but I just can't put myself there. All right, Spirit. What does Tim need to hear right now? Can I get a few messages for Tim, please? And thank you. Thinking of another deck. Do I have it over here? Actually, I think I do. Here, let me get from this first. This is the one I was originally pulling from. Alright, Spirit. What messages do you have for Tim? Please and thank you. Well, I just pulled one of the same cards I just pulled for Miss Diana, which is the wreath. Everything you're working on, baby, what you're working towards. Stay positive. You're going to be successful. There's going to be opportunities coming towards you. And I feel like you're going to get some kind of good news here soon. So things might seem a little chaotic right now. It might even feel like it's unstable and unpredictable. But this is where Spirit's leading you to. There's new opportunities, new doors that are going to open up to you. So don't give up, baby. Just think of this as a fresh start. What else, Spirit? What else do you have for Tim? I don't want to come out. Well, baby, there's a need to forgive yourself too. And there's a need to forgive others. You know, I got the backwit, but it came out reversed. I feel like you're being too hard on yourself. I feel like you're overthinking things. I feel like that, you know, when the going gets tough, even though, you know, you try and stay strong, there's times where you break and you feel like you're showing, you know, weakness. And I feel like there's others that might even come and try and, what's the word I want to look for? Take advantage of those moments. And I feel like, you know, this is something from the past, but I feel like this is something that could be happening right now too. Where there's certain people, not everyone, but I feel like some people that you have a close relationship with, like even someone from your past. Could be a, you know, old friend, an old girlfriend, even a family member who Spirit just said they kind of have like beaten on you when you were down. They kicked you while you were down. So there's a need to forgive. You got to forgive them, baby. And also forgive yourself. You can't control what other people do. You can only control what you do at the end of the day, right? And, you know, in order to lift up your energy, raise your frequency higher, you got to forgive them. But you also got to forgive yourself too. Okay? And forgiving them isn't for them. It's freeing yourself. Because once you truly forgive them, you don't carry around that resentment, that anger, that pain anymore. You've let it go. And you'll realize that your mentality, your mindset, your whole overall energy will brighten up, where more people and the right people are going to want to come towards you instead of, you know, wanting to maybe, you know, be, what's the word? Oh, crap. I want to say off-putting or offsetting, but that's not the right word. There's a word for it, and I can't think of it. So, just be mindful of that, baby. Alright, one more spirit. What else does Tim need to hear? Please and thank you. And I'll pull that Rebel card, since I got that over here. Spirit, can I get one more card, please? Thank you. Yeah, if you're worried about what you're doing right now, you're going through transformation right now. And I feel like you got to make sure, you know, be a little bold. Don't overthink your steps. Just make sure you're not being reckless either. And don't, you know, allow other people's success to make you jealous or resentful or turn you into a hater. Because this can be one of those cards where, you know, it's good for one thing. It's showing your passion. It's showing your desire of wanting to keep going forward. Keep, you know, being strong and keep looking ahead and not worried about, you know, what, you know, someone else around you is doing, you know, whether it's good or bad, you know, focusing on yourself and keep diving forward. But at the same time, as you're going through this transformation and this transition, you might take a look around you at others, you know, and see that, well, they're doing well, they're happy, you know, how come I don't have that? Don't do that to yourself. Make sure you let go of any of that type of thoughts or energy that you might be feeling. It's not healthy for you, baby. It ain't gonna do you any good except for bring you down or make you sad and depressed and make you feel like a failure. You gotta remember, you're not a failure. There's just bumps in the road. They're lessons. They're what we're all meant to go through to build us stronger. Because Spirit's preparing you for something better. Whether you recognize that or not. They're coming towards you, though. And I got another card over here that's speaking to me. I'm looking right at it, so I'm going to pull it out for you, baby. Let's see. This is a fresh start. A new beginning. And it says, this new chapter will require you to take a leap of faith in the process, which is in front of you. So know this is a fresh start. Take a leap. Have faith. Don't allow anything else to affect you again. Have that, you know, fire energy, because if my memory serves me correctly, you are a fire sign. You're a Sagittarius. Allow that fire to burn. Be that passionate person. Go after what it is you want. Because there will be a lot of opportunities and more doors opening at the end of it. So, I like that. Alright. Now for a Rebel card, Spirit. What card do you have for Tim? Give me a good one. Please, Spirit. Spirit said you are loved. And it says you are here for a reason. Don't F it up. So know you are loved and you're here for a reason. So don't allow, those, stepping stones, those roadblocks or anything like that get you down. The right people in your life who matter, they still love you. You matter. Don't ever feel like you don't, baby. That's what I got for you, Tim. I hope that helps, baby. Alright, I'm gonna put that to the side. Some of these decks are pretty cool. Let me just cut from that one. Yeah, I did. Alright. So, you're welcome. And once I'm done with the stream, I'll have the daily general collective for the Patreon members posted. So, I'm sure you'll watch it. Okay. So, let's see. Ouch. My cat got me good. He plays rough. It's like, I don't know, someone says he can act a little psycho at times. He just has his moments where he likes to play. And he knows he's playing because he'll, try and bite me, but he doesn't bite hard. But then his nails are very sharp, and that's what always gets me. And then all the little kitty cats that I have a few of them, and they're so cute, and they want to play, every single time I go in the room, they want to play, and a couple of them like to sit there and, bite my hand too, like they're playing, and then they paw at me, right? But there's this one kitten that's all white like Wolfie, but it's a female, and she has black stripes on her and around, I think, her ears too. And she's so funny because she wants to approach you, or at least she does this with me. I'll walk in there and I'm going to go and pet her, and then she backs up like when she sees my nails. So I think my nails scare her. Poor thing. So those cats are getting big, very playful, rambunctious, we'll say. We were just viewing that picture before. What, the one of Wolfie? Yeah, Wolfie is all white with blue eyes. He has those little markings, and Eternal called him something. Eternal, what's Wolfie? You had a certain term for his markings because of him being white and the markings he has. Because I think someone even said that he's like a Siamese cat with the way his markings are. It's like maybe fire tip. Yeah. He's a fire tip. So his little baby that he ended up, getting his sisters pregnant. She had one that's just like him. But like I said, her markings are more black. But she's pretty. I might end up keeping her. So, Wolfie's a sweetheart. He'll play, but he just wants to be petted. So he's lovable. Not like Toby. Toby just wants to play a lot. He has his moments. He'll let me pick him up for like a minute or two and pet him, and then he wants down. But I can get him to, go into and take a nap in the bed with me, so he will do that. What, did everybody leave again? Or did my stream freeze? Ooh. That's an interesting card. Yeah, these cards are pretty chilled compared to the other decks that are coming. Okay, I was just making sure. Well, I guess this one ain't so bad. I got the erotic deck in my hand, so I'm still kind of looking at it. I browsed through it when I first got it, but I don't think I kind of digested it all just yet. Romance. Romantic sex, sexual intimacy, creating an emotional bond. Friendship to the next level. That's what one of those cards says. Like I said, this deck has more of that emotional and mental component to it. The other ones are just more about where it gets into like specific positions, things of that nature. So I can't show you the card because they're naked. So some of them I can't have out here. Like I said, this one isn't as bad, but the other ones, they're very graphic. Because like I even have some tarot decks that I can't use out here because they have naked images on them. But even the regular, traditional Rider Waite tarot deck, there's a couple of images in there that I'm not supposed to show them because it shows a woman, even though it's just a drawing, but it shows them naked, and I'm not allowed to show those. Yeah, I'm only going to be able to share these in a private stream or in a private one-on-one reading. I can't do it out here. I will get in trouble. So, hi, Bubba. Yes, I remember you. How you doing, sweetheart? Well, I'm glad you got another account. Yeah, that's the only way you would have been able to comment, because I did go on there and look at all the names of people I hid, and your name wasn't there, baby. I checked a couple of times. It didn't show up. So I know I didn't do it. Someone else did, but it seems like I can't see all the people that my moderators have hit. They might be able to access it, but for whatever reason, even though it's my channel, I can't see it. So it's good to see you, honey. So yeah, Tim, I can't show some of these. They're just too they're rated R or rated X, we'll say. So and then the other ones, they're more rated X. Like I said, some of these cards have that emotional component, and I thought they would be good in the context of, like I said, if someone was dating someone and maybe they were just curious about what kind of person they are in that way, it could kind of open the door to that. Even for people, and I always don't assume that just because when someone's, cheating on their partner, that it's all about sex. It's more than that. But for the ones who may fear that is about that. Some of these decks would be able to dive into that and kind of be like, okay, well, what is it that that other person's doing that I'm not able to do to satisfy my person? That kind of thing, right? So it can go into different layers using those decks because um, they're not here yet. But my girlfriend ordered me a couple of decks too that are supposed to go into like more of the depth of a relationship, like why didn't it work, like what went wrong in the relationship, to kind of give you some clarity, and closure if that's what you need, or if there's a chance to rekindle the relationship, like what was the issue, so you can work on them and be able to build, back that, relationship with that person you're with. So like I said, I figured this can add another layer to it. Yeah, Bubba. I mean, I would think so, honey. I mean, I couldn't see them, doing it to you on purpose, Um, I know some of my mods were getting a little protective of me because some people, can get a little carried away with the compliments, as some of them would say, which I get, and I told them, if somebody wants to tell me I'm pretty all day long, fine. I mean, yeah, after so many times, it can get annoying. Um, but I think it's how some guys, and I'm sure you've seen it, where they start talking in a sexual manner, like, what is it, like, show me your breast, things like that. My moms, yeah, they gotta go. They can't be here. Or the ones that ask about things like that. So, can't have that out here. Don't be disrespectful. Don't be perverted that way, because I don't tolerate that. So, or then you get some of the ones that are like, oh, um, what do show me what you're wearing, or do a 360. And it's like, I'm not here for your entertainment. Let's get one thing straight. But they, like to act that way, like I am. It's like, no, I don't need that attention from you. Understand me. I don't have to stand up and you tell me that I'm attractive or whatever. And it's not that I'm, conceited. I'm not. I understand that to some people I'm considered attractive, and that's cool, but I don't let it get to my head. And like I said, I don't need to show everybody what I'm wearing, and, that's up to me. Oh, yeah, Tim, they can get pretty bad in here. I've had them come in here, like the one person I just reported, like, said something and, talking about, what did it say? Talking about something about the vagina, but of course they used the other word for it. So, I reported them. So, they'll probably lose their account now for it. So, Bubba, I'm pretty sure, baby, it wasn't, like I said, or like you're thinking, it was probably on accident, because the chat can move pretty fast, especially when some of them come in here and act that way, and they don't know how to act like a gentleman or be respectful of the rules. Show them your kitty cat. Is that what it said? Eternal. Yeah, things like that. It's like, dude, this is not, and then some of them want to come here and ask me, well, what's your OnlyFans? Like, what would make you think I'm on OnlyFans? No, you won't ever find me there. And let me tell you something, if I were to ever create an account, oh, it'll be exactly what I'm doing right now. So even me and some of the mods were joking one day and talking about, like, next time somebody does that, wants to ask me about OnlyFans, I should have an account set up just for that, and it show exactly the same thing like what I do here. It's like, oh, I'm sorry to disappoint you. What did you expect? Just to annoy them. So, some of them can get pretty graphic, though. Or then you get like some of the guys that come in here that have a foot fetish and they want to see my feet. It's like, no. And then I had someone come in here one night and asked if they can watch me sleep. It's like, what? I never heard of that. And then Eternal had to tell me that there's people out there that make videos and they literally get paid for people to watch them sleep. And I'm trying to make sense of that. It's like, Why? Well, I don't understand it. But okay. It's like when I sleep, I stay in the same spot. I don't move. So if I fell asleep, laying flat on my back, that's how I'm probably going to wake up. If I fell asleep on my side, that's how I'm going to wake up. I don't move and I don't snore either, from what I was told. So it's like there's nothing exciting going on in my sleep, but I don't know. Yes, Bubba. Somebody asked if they could watch me sleep one night. I kid you not. I think Eternal was here. And I just kind of said, what? So, but yeah, there's videos out there. There's streams out there. People literally get paid for people like y'all to watch them sleep. That's it. And like, I think, I saw one of them where it's a female, and I guess she'll even wear little outfits. Like she'll show you some outfits, and you could pick which one you want her to fall asleep in. It's like, what? I don't know. Maybe it's to help them feel like they're not sleeping alone. I don't know. I don't get it. So it's always interesting. We'll say. But yeah, my erotic decks, baby, those gonna be for private. Cause like I even have a tarot deck. I actually have two of them. They're gorgeous cards, but I can't use them on here because it's semi-nude. And then I also have an angel deck, an oracle deck, where the angels are nude. I can't share that on here either. So it would be like during only a private reading because can't show it here. YouTube rules. It's crazy. Some people are crazy. I don't fool with that, but to each their own. I'm not gonna judge them. I just don't understand it, is all. And then I see some people out there, they they wait for the ones who want to see what they're wearing. If they reach a certain amount of likes, then they'll go through and stand up and show you what they're wearing, kind of thing. And I don't know. There really is some real bizarre stuff out there. Oh yeah, Teddy's always watching after me. It's over there in the corner. Alright, Eternal. Let's see. Quarter up to 12. Yes, they are whack jobs. Very much so. Some people are crazy. Just saying. Okay. Spirit, what does Eternal need to hear right now? What's a message for Eternal? Please and thank you. I'm looking at a Rebel card right now. It's making me laugh. Spirit, what does Eternal need to hear? Please and thank you. Uh-oh. That card came out again. I feel like I should be shuffling these cards more. baby, be careful, Eternal, about people's motives. Walk with caution. There's certain people, I'm sure you already know who these people are, Eternal. But I got this card again, and it came in upside down. I mean, this is a card of forgiveness, but this is also a card of, like, be careful of people's motives. So, don't get caught up, baby. You know, and if you feel like someone has an ulterior motive, baby, forgive them. You know, just set them away with love and light. All right, Spirit. Damn. And Spirit's confirming it, Eternal. Like, there's someone around you that's very deceitful. They're very two-faced. Because the other card that came out is the Mask. And it says, secret enemy, two-faced, deceit, lies, mask in reverse, baby. And I feel like, baby, this is someone who practices in the arts of witchcraft. And I always say that, baby, because this is right here. And Spirit's telling me it's someone in that circle, baby. So, keep your mind right. I'm sure you kind of already got an understanding of who they are. I just heard lethal. I don't know what that means, Spirit. Just watch your back, Eternal. Something fishy going on with, you know, something along with the whole witchcraft. And I just heard, like, behind enemy lines. Lethal and behind enemy lines. So they're really making me feel like there is someone close to you in your circle that's practicing some type of witchcraft. Could be on you, could be on people close to you. But I feel like they're trying to target you. I feel like they're trying to, like, bring down your barriers. And they're having trouble. Like I pick up, they're trying to figure out what your weakness is to come through and to cause harm, chaos around you. Like, I also get the energy, Eternal, like someone, as you've grown this past year, as I've gotten to know you, as you've come out of a dark place, we'll say, people around you are getting jealous of you moving forward and growing and finding happiness again. And I even get the energy like they don't like to see you happy, like, you know, and I feel like for someone, you know, I only feel like it's one person, Eternal, like someone doesn't want to see you happy being around anyone else. You know, because it was like, you know, I feel like once they were your center and now they're not, so they don't know how to act, kind of thing. So I'm sure you can figure out who I'm talking about. But it feels very off. So it's someone I feel like you probably work with too, baby. Someone that you're, you know, it seems like it's someone that you're around often. That comes around. Spirit saying make sure you keep your vibration high. Don't lower it. And I know you've been a hermit. But I know you've been out and about a lot too. So something feels off here, Spirit. What is this? Wait. Hold on. I want to see something real quick. Spirit, what else does Eternal need to know? Show me. Well, damn. Yeah, you know how I said, this is like someone pretending to be your friend? Baby, I get false person, okay? Someone is wearing a mask, and I feel like they're trying to get buddy with you again, or they're like looking at ways to get into being around you. But I feel like this is an ulterior motive. I feel like they want to cause destruction around you because they don't feel happy and fulfilled with their life, and all they can do is like project misery onto others, such as yourself, because they understand once upon a time, you yourself used to be in a very dark space, and you didn't have the happiness and fulfillment and the joy that you're been able to feel now this past year. So I just heard break up, happy home. So, and this could even involve someone that you work with, baby. Because I have occupation here too. This is the other card that came out. So this is something around people you work with, or this is like someone you have close business relationships with in some way. Like, exchange of money, something like that, baby. Even if it's not literally like money, maybe it's something else. But, oh, I don't like this energy, baby. So just be careful. Hi, Andre. Oh, thank you, baby. How you doing, sweetheart? Andre, yes, baby. If you go on and when you subscribe to the channel, you have to click all to where you'll get notified for everything I post to the channel. Um, but don't rely on it, baby, because sometimes YouTube don't send out the notifications. Like Eternal would be an example. There's been times that I'm set to go live and he don't get the notifications. I also have yes, Andre, you can, or you can send it to my PayPal or my Venmo or Zelle. Going that way is better, baby, just because they go through and YouTube takes half the money that people donate on the stream. So, um, I haven't been streaming as much lately because Spirit was asking me to take a step back because I was getting drained too much. So I've been taking a step back, but no. Well, that means a lot to me, baby. I'm glad you feel called to me. I also created a Patreon membership too. I post daily collective readings there for the members. You're welcome, baby. But since you sent me that super sticker, baby. Aw, thank you. You made my night, baby, just so you know. Thank you. So, Andre, if you want me to do a reading for you, baby, I can do one. Since you did that super chat or super sticker. And I'm always glad to see you, Andre. Thank you for being here, baby. Do you have a certain question, Andre, that you need an answer to, baby? Or you just want to know what Spirit has to share with you right now? That way I could pull out a couple other decks. I wasn't going to do in-depth readings tonight, but I'll make an exception for you, baby. Oh, crap. Eternal. I'll probably have to send you another card, baby, but here, quickly. I meant to give you a Rebel card, too. Eternal. Some wickedness. What is going on? And you know, Eternal, what's crazy is that other deck that I pulled a card from for Miss Diana, if she's still here. I don't know if she's still here. I shuffled that other deck, and I'm looking at the card because it's looking right at me at the bottom. So Spirit wants you to awaken that inner witch to reach your potential, baby. Oh, and if you were looking for a sign, Eternal, here you go, baby. Spirit said, what the hell are you waiting for? Get it done. And it says, if you're waiting for a sign, well, here it is, baby. Here's your sign. It makes me think of that comedian. Is it Jeff Foxworthy? That's what it makes me think of. Okay. Well, thank you so much, Andre. That means the world to me, baby. I greatly appreciate the support, baby. These are some cool cards. I really haven't had a chance to use this deck a whole lot. It's interesting. And thank you for all your love and support, Andre. $12:30. Well, I guess I could only say I've been here an hour because since I had to restart this stream for whatever reason. Stupid connection. Let's see. Well, some of y'all are thinking about long past memories. Some of y'all are having nostalgia. Some of it's good. I feel like some of y'all are thinking of happier times, but for some of y'all, some of this is a little painful too, I get. And you know, beautiful people, you can't change the past. All you can do is learn from it. You know, don't bring the past into your present, because all it's going to do is poison it if it's, you know, bad or sad. It's not worth it. You know, just take the lessons and leave the rest of it behind. That way you can start on a stronger new start, new footing for what's to come next. Spirit's always going to guide you in the right direction. You just got to trust in them. So even if this is like a person, like just say it's like an ex-lover, an ex-friend, they're not, you know, meant to walk this path with you. They're meant to go a different way, you know. But I feel like what Spirit wants y'all to know is just remember that you still have those good memories that y'all made. And nobody can take that from y'all. So keep them close to your heart and keep going forward. Because Spirit's trying to get some of y'all's attention. And you know, it's crazy because this card came up a lot one time, but it was from a different deck. And it's showing me like y'all aren't allowing Spirit to connect to you. There's like a lack of connection. You feel very disconnected to the universe, to source, which is another word that some people use for spirit or divine or God. They can't guide y'all if y'all aren't listening and paying attention and allowing them. You know, and as the time changes, Spirit just wants y'all to focus on y'all's growth. That you just know that good things are coming. Stay positive. So the card flipped out, so even if there's things that are up in the air that you haven't been able to make a decision about yet, no, it will come to a final decision will be made. Just trust yourself that you're going to be making the right one that's best for you. It may, you know, still, you know, be surrounded by other people, and other people could also influence it, but always trust in you. Don't allow people to get the best of you. Because some things, you know, in life need to be torn down in order for them to be rebuilt stronger. You know, it feels like a tower moment is what I'm picking up for someone. Like you just don't know which direction to go in. And I just heard like some of y'all might be dragging your feet. You know, afraid of change. I just heard even fear of losing your position. I don't know what that means, but that's just what I heard. Spirit needs you to shift your way of thinking. You know, people are causing you problems. It's time to evaluate it and look at it from a different point of view. So, you know, there might even be someone of authority, or you could be someone that either was in the military, or you could have been a correctional officer, police officer. For someone, I feel like there's some kind of legal matter going on. But I don't read on legal. But that's what I'm picking up. You know, trust your discernment. Know that whatever discussions and negotiations are going on, it's going to come out with the final decision where you're going to feel, you know, like it's finally, you know, solved itself, where you can move on. Because I feel like for someone, it's like that's the one thing that seems to be holding you back. And even some of y'all could feel lost. I mean, I don't know why I'm picking up. There's like an ending of a long-term relationship, like y'all were living together, or this is an actual marriage. So for whoever this is, I'm sorry. You know, it's not easy when you've been with someone for a long time for it to come to an end, whether that was your choice, that was their choice, or it was mutual. It still hurts. I understand it can still be painful. But they too don't allow, you know, their motives or their way of thinking to destroy you. Even though it might feel like they're going to try and do that. Don't allow them, you know. Don't allow people to live rent-free in your mind. Some of us have a way of overthinking things, and that causes us to get into a rut where we get stuck overanalyzing. You know, just leave it in Spirit's hands. They'll help direct you, make the right decision that makes the most sense. That will be fair and just, is what I just heard. So, whoever this is, just know that it's going to be fair and just. It may not feel that way, but it will be fair and just. I know it might even feel like you feel like you're trapped and there's no way out. Oh my gosh, Andre. Oh, thank you so much, baby. Thank you. You're making my night, baby. Thank you. Much love to you, baby. Thank you. You know, I feel like for some of y'all, you gotta stop isolating yourself. Some of y'all get trapped in your mind, yes, but I feel like for some of y'all are getting too... There's nothing wrong with, like someone said, being in hermit mode. There's nothing wrong with loving yourself and caring for yourself for a little bit and keeping others at a distance. But even that, too, could be unhealthy after so long. You know, it's like, you know, Spirit's showing me, it's like, stop fearing others coming towards you and getting close to you. Just because someone else from your past, or maybe they're still even involved with you now, that you know that has hurt you. You know, forgive them, but also learn to keep them at a distance. Because it's like I tell y'all, when it comes to like family, whether it's by marriage or it's your actual blood, even family has a way of coming in and disrupting things and making your life miserable. And those are the same people that, yes, you're supposed to love them because they're your family. But it doesn't mean you have to accept their behavior in your life and allow it to change, you know, how you act, or, you know, how you go about things. You know, if they are negatively affecting you in such a way, you got to love them at a distance. Okay? Because let me tell you, I've walked out of a lot of my family's lives. And it's not because I don't love them, because I do. But I also have this understanding that they, not all of them, but a few of them, can be very toxic. And they, you know, the saying, misery loves company. And, you know, unfortunately, some of them would try and, you know, disrupt my life because they're not happy themselves. And so, even though most of my family, you know, lives in another state, you know, if I were to live closer to them, I know I couldn't be around them all the time. Because I know they would disrupt my energy and bring me down. They want to bring me down with them, and I won't allow it. So I got to love them from a distance, which means if I was to be closer in, you know, distance wise to them, like I would probably only see them during like holidays, and that's it. Rest of the time, you know, I'd wish them well and live my own life. You can call me 5. It is. Some people do get stubborn. I can be very stubborn myself. I'm very, very stubborn. I won't deny that. But I think in some ways it can be very good. It just depends. But um well, my spirit guys just said I'm stubborn like a mule. I can be. At times. I can be. But, you know, like I said, love yourselves. Don't allow others come in and make you unhappy. Just because they're unhappy doesn't mean you're supposed to be unhappy too. Okay? I know when some people are bad for me, and that includes my family. I've even had friends that have been that way, and I've had to let them go or love them from a distance because it always felt like every single time I was around them, like I would, you know, just when I would be out in their area, like by their house or by their street, I would stop by, say hi, because I was in the neighborhood, let them know I was thinking about them, right? And it always seemed like every single time I went over there, there was always some kind of drama going on. And I couldn't make sense of it. It's like they just seem like they live on drama. And I couldn't. I had to let them go. As much as I loved them, and I've known them since my teenage years. So I'm 44, so I've known him about 25 plus years, 25, 30 years. And so they, I may once in a great while pop up on them and say hi if I'm there, but they don't know what's going on with me. I haven't spoken to them in what, probably about 5 years, I want to say. No, it's probably been a little bit longer than that. I'll say like 7. I think it's been close to 7 years. Oh, I do. I have to. Because I can't have everyone up close to me like that because they will. It's always so sad to me to watch other people who, see someone doing well for themselves or, successful, they're happy, they're living their life, for other people to watch them and want to come in and disrupt that just because they themselves aren't happy. And so there's, the jealousy, the haters, and I don't get that. I would never want to do that to other people or wish them, to fail just because, that's a miserable person. So I keep them at a different distance. Hi, Karen. How you doing, beautiful? It's good to see you, sweetheart. How you feeling? And then it's like, oh, I was watching something last week, and it was about a guy going with some woman. I guess they showed up for some kind of get together, which it was supposed to be game night with some friends. And I don't know what happened. I don't know if they showed up early or something like that, but they ended up going and running a couple errands. I guess the girl wanted, to do some shopping or whatever, wherever they were at. And she just went through because she had bought so much stuff. I guess she asked the guy that was with her, which I don't know if it's someone she really knew. I mean, the way it sounded like she just like met him because of the get together with the friends. So they were getting together on. And asked if he could like carry her bag for her, and he flat out said no. That he only does that for his girlfriend or someone like that. And it's like, why wouldn't you help her carry her bag? Like, be a gentleman. Like, what happened to that? What happened to human kindness? And so she was saying like because of that she probably won't be friends with him because it seemed like he had no interest in wanting to be friendly. um I I don't know. I just believe in human kindness. This is true. You can call me Fob. There is all of that. Oh, Karen. Well, I hope you're feeling better, honey. I've missed you too, sweetheart. I did think of you when I came on. I wasn't going to originally come on, but Spirit told me to come on for a little bit, so I said okay. Like I was called to, like someone needed to see me, so I'm happy I came on to see y'all. But yeah, I mean that kind of energy, it just I can't vibe with it. I just can't. You know, um and like I share with y'all some of the things I'm going through. And I don't do it for sympathy. I'm just letting y'all know I'm a human being too. Like I can understand if you're going through a difficult time. Know that I have had those same difficult times and challenges, and I still got to find a way through them, right? And stay positive and think things through, not allow my emotions to overtake me at times even though I may want to, or overlook something or whatever the situation is. I just believe in being kind, but it's just crazy out here with some people that act that way. I don't understand. So it was like, for that woman, she's like, because he acted that way, she didn't want anything to do with him. It's like, I mean, I kind of get it, but I think she's being a little too hard on him at the same time. But I don't know. Maybe I'm different. Um, I wouldn't take offense to someone tell me no. I just wouldn't understand it, is all, because I was raised that, you know, men are, um, there to be helpful and act like a gentleman, such as, chivalry. That's what I grew up around. So it was just interesting, how people take it sometimes. You willed me here. It's possible, Karen. I did get my Patreon up, sweetheart. I have my membership going, sweetheart. Maybe you did call me out here. Andre, yes, baby. It is. It is. Because you just got to forgive them first, but really mean it from your heart. And it's like forgiving them is not, just for them, it's for yourself. So you don't carry it around, baby. Because if you do that, it drags you down. So, and then you start to carry all those, negative emotions. And then eventually it's like it'll become like a wound that never completely healed, right? And so maybe someone new comes into your life and does something, maybe not like what your family members done that you're, wanting to forgive, or, should you forgive them as such, but maybe something similar, and it hits that wound. It's like a trigger. And then, you explode all of a sudden. And then the new person doesn't understand. It's like, what did they do so wrong? To get that reaction from you. Not knowing or not being aware that someone else from your past, whether it's family or friends or even a romantic partner, hurt you in such a way that you just weren't able to heal completely from it yet. It's like, you put a bandage over it, but it never heals. The bandage keeps getting ripped off. The scab keeps getting ripped off. And so when someone new walks into your life and they hit that same wound, it becomes more explosive. But yes, baby, you can. You think you willed me here too? Maybe both of y'all willed me here. Like I said, Spirit told me to come out here tonight. Andre, I'll share something with you, baby. Oh, well, I'll share it with all y'all. We need to want to talk about family, right? And trying to forgive them, okay? I don't know if you ever heard me mention about when my mama died and how I didn't know. For 2 days, I was left in the dark. Didn't know she had already passed away. And you would think my family would pick up the phone and call me, right? And let me know my mama passed away. Nope. Nobody called me. And it wasn't until my day off, which was like the day after Christmas, because I had to work Thanksgiving, correction. It was day after Thanksgiving, because I had to work Thanksgiving, because she passed away Thanksgiving Day. And I had to work the day after that too, because people were, doing the Black Friday shopping. And so I was exhausted, I just want to go home, go to sleep. Well, this is back when pagers existed, before like cell phones. And I remember I had spent the night at my boyfriend's house, who I was dating at the time. And I get this page on my pager. I recognize the number, but I don't know who it is. But I know the number. The number's familiar to me, but I could not think of who it was. And so I left, my boyfriend's house, and I went home. And I got to my house because I had some things I had to do. And I picked up the phone, and I called the number. And to my surprise, it was my aunt through marriage. Um, she was my daddy's, as in my stepdad. It was his brother's wife who answered. And I just got on set there. I said, Georgette, I said, did you call me? Did you page me? And she looked, she said to me on the phone, she's like, no, honey, I haven't been here. I've been out all day running errands. I just got here. Why? Are you okay? It's like, yeah, I'm fine. I'm just exhausted from working the last couple days and having to work Thanksgiving. And she's like, Wait, you don't know? Know what? Your mama died the other day. What? And understand me, I was so hurt. Couldn't understand why my own freaking blood family wouldn't pick up the phone and call me to tell me my mama passed away. I was in the dark for 2 days. They didn't have any good reason or any good excuse other than the way they looked at it was because my mom and I had a huge fight the last time I saw her alive. Like I said some very hurtful things to my mother that I regret that I never should have said. But they were said and they felt because I said all those nasty things to her, I didn't deserve to know she passed away. That's how they felt about it. So, it was a lot. And it took me some years to forgive them for not calling me, not reaching out. Oh, and my Aunt Georgette, let them know she was not happy. And I even told her, I said, well, I guess I could understand why they didn't call me. I said, because me and mama had a big, huge fight, the last time I saw her. And she was like, I don't care. I don't care what you did. I don't care what happened. It doesn't matter. She's still your mother. You have every right to know. Yeah, I understand that, but I'm just letting you know that's what they're going to say. I already know. And that was pretty much what they said. So that took a long time for me, to really, not just go through the pain of losing my mother, being left in the dark. My family put me out pretty much, leaving me out in the cold, being cruel, in my view, back then from that way. Like, I'm her baby, I'm her child. Like, yeah, I said some really horrible things to her, but I still deserve to know she wasn't here anymore. Because obviously I was devastated, especially the fact that I helped my family for 5 years. Understand me, Andre. My mama got diagnosed with emphysema when I was 14 years old. And I had to become her caregiver because we didn't have the money to hire a home care nurse to take care of her. So I eventually had to withdraw from high school and also go and get a full-time job waiting tables to help my parents pay the bills because my stepfather couldn't do it by himself. He wasn't making enough. And he even picked up a part-time job, a second job on the side, trying. But with everything, we kept falling behind. So to be treated that way, it's like I've done everything I could possibly do to be so freaking young. And my mother died when I was 19 to help everyone. And yeah, what I said to her was horrible. I'll never deny that, and I deeply regret it. But that was between me and my mama. So I went through grieving by myself for a while. I had to grieve her alone. In fact, I remember that Christmas. In fact, right before Christmas, another aunt of mine had passed away. She passed away about a week and a half before Christmas. Same year. She died from lung cancer. And I can't remember how I found out about that, but I did. So I was grieving two people. And I'd had to do it alone and still figure out how to get my butt up to go to work every day to, support myself because I wasn't living at home anymore. I had moved out and got my own place and still find a way. It was not easy, Andre. I cried, I screamed, and I remember I even screamed up at the universe, like, you took my mama from me. I'm angry. I don't understand. But then to be treated the way I was by my own family, to act like I didn't exist or I didn't matter, and so on. So, and my younger brother was 4 years younger than me. So, he was a freshman in high school. He was 15. And even my brother didn't reach out to me. But, I couldn't be mad at him either because we were all completely devastated still that she died. So I try to take that into account. But I had to think about my baby brother because my younger brother is my half blood. Not that that matters because I don't care. He's still my brother, right? Whether it's half or full, he's my brother. So this is my stepfather's child. And, I didn't want to miss out on my brother's life. Those last few years of high school My mama should have been there, but she obviously wasn't going to be. So I had to figure out a way to get through my anger and forgive my stepdaddy, who also was a second father to me, who I called daddy, and the rest of my family for doing that to me. Um, I had to feel whatever I felt and figure out a way to kind of like work it out of me to, express it in my own time. But that also meant like to get my anger out, Andre, I would go bowling. And let me tell you something, I don't know if you've heard about, my family being bowlers and me being pretty good, but I would just go to the bowling alley. I didn't care what the score was. I just needed to throw that bowling ball to get my anger out, just to release it. That was my healthy way of working through all that. So I could figure out how to forgive my daddy for treating me that way. It took some time, but I did. Um, and we made amends. We made up, which is something I knew my mama would have wanted me to do. And, to make things easier for my brother, because that was still my brother, and I loved him to death. And I know he loved me, but he was younger than me, still trying to grieve my mama too at the same time. So I'd have compassion and empathy for him. And so, did I go around a lot? No, but I lived, about an hour away. Um, but I talked to my brother a lot, and I would go watch his games when I could, or go see him on his birthday, take him out, do something with him, Christmas, same thing. And I eventually worked my way slowly into being over there for the holidays and such, to where I could be there and enjoy the holidays and not be angry and not think about that, to let it go. So, yes, baby, you can. Yeah, baby, I had to have peace. Hey, Syncope, how you doing, baby? I had to have peace. I had to make peace, with him, with the rest of my family, but also myself. Because you see, if I carried all that anger, that resentment, that bitterness, not being able to forgive them, I would have been so miserable. Nobody would have wanted to been around me. And I wouldn't have been able to blame them, because even me looking back at it now, I still know I was angry. And I know it came out of me. I know it showed with people sometimes when I would talk to them and such. And it wasn't because I was angry at them. I was still trying to work through my own anger. But sometimes just me having a conversation, it might come out, with me expressing myself or saying something to them, just talking to somebody, and they may not understand it unless they got to really know me and understand, how very expressive I can be. And like, when I tell a story, usually, I'll relay it back to you exactly how it was. Like whatever my emotions were, you'll get it out of me. I'll take you back to that moment. This is exactly what I said, and this is how I felt. And my emotions will be right there with it, so yeah, baby. But I've gone through something else, Andre, that I can't share out here on here. It would be one of those things that I would have to share privately, like make a private video and put it on my members page. Um, with another family member, I had to forgive, and it was easier to forgive them back then than it was to forgive my daddy and the rest of my family, which people would probably be shocked by, but I had to forgive someone else in my family too. Um, I also knew how to keep my distance from them. I knew I couldn't be around them, and it was to protect me from them. Um, but I still loved them. I couldn't allow what happened to destroy my heart, my love, my compassion, the person that I am, and knowing they are my blood, my family. Um, they may not know that I forgave them. I don't even know if I've ever told them. I would hope they would know, you know, because I still love them and I still want nothing but the best for them. But, they had to, answer for some of the things they did. And they did answer for it, you know. And I think the other way I let it go as is like, well, I'm not God, I'm not divine source, whatever word you want to use. Only He can, judge all of us. So their actions, yeah, we all judge people every day. I get that. But I guess the other way I have to let it go is one day, whether he answered for it here in the physical right now, or he's going to answer when it's his time and he's going to have to answer to God. They will answer for it. There's always consequences. So I let it go as that too, baby. But I still have love for them. I still love them. I still want nothing but the best for them. But I do understand sometimes I can't be up close and personal with them, for specific reasons. Oh, you're welcome, baby. Karen, that's terrible. Well, you know what? I'll share something else, honey. Because my mother passed away in Nevada. She was visiting my family who moved out there, which was her brother, and the rest of the family came out there who were in California to spend Thanksgiving together. I couldn't go because I had to work. My mama tried. She tried pleading with me to go with her, but I told her I can't. I had to be the responsible adult. I had to work. It was mandatory. Otherwise, I lost my job. And back then, I didn't think about, well, I could have told them that job to go screw themselves and find another one. I was more disciplined, focused on, I got a job. I need to go to work. I need to help support us and support myself too, and so on, right? So, um, what was I going to say? Oh, so because my mother passed away in another state, I wanted to see her. I still wanted to see her body. I felt that need to see her. And I told them that. I want to see her. They flat out told me no. They wouldn't allow me to see her. They told me even if I flew there, they would not allow me to see her. And even by the time I made it out there, it might be too late because they were already planning on cremating her. So I can relate to that too. So did I make it? No. I why they felt that way too is beyond me. But again, I had to look at it like, okay, they're going to answer for it one day. Maybe not by me, and maybe not in this physical life, but they will answer. And there will be consequences for their actions. And so that's how I leave it. I leave it in divine's hands. Um, I even took it to a point where I even reached out to a friend of mine who was a cop. And they even told me that I could really go to the courthouse and file something to prevent them from being able to do anything with her body until I got there. But that would have taken time and it would have taken resources that I didn't, have. I'm sure, some of my, friends that I worked with and customers probably would have helped with that. But why? Even though I felt that need to see my mom's body, even though I knew she was already gone, I had that desire, but I had to let it go. So yeah, they did that to me too. So no, I didn't get to see her um, before she was cremated. And even, in fact, I remember my Aunt Georgette telling me that she would make damn sure that I knew when that funeral was going to happen. That there was no way that she was going to allow them to keep me from going to her funeral, to her memorial service. And I was there, thank God. But it's why people are that way. I don't know. It blows my mind though. Absolutely, Karen. Hi, Josh. Do I believe in twin flame connections? Michael, you know, I believe in soulmates. I consider a soulmate like a twin flame. So I guess to answer your question, yes. And I'm sorry, Karen, you didn't get to see her. Beautiful, you're just going to have to know that your family, like mine, they're going to answer. They're going to answer for that. They're going to have to answer to God. And they're also going to have to answer to your mama. When they transition, just know that. Because I know when, like, my daddy, even my own grandmother, my mama's mom, she also didn't call me, okay? So she was mad at me too. I know when they transition on at some point in time, my mama let them have it. And I know that. Because my mama would have never wanted me to go through what I went through, especially to do it by myself. You know, it was hell. I'll never forget the day I got the call that she was gone. You know, when my Aunt Georgette told me, I was so devastated and I was in so much pain that I remember I could literally feel my physical heart in my chest hurt. And I remember saying, just, I wanted someone just to cut my heart out, just so the pain would stop. Because it hurt that badly, physically and emotionally in my soul. It hurt me. And, I could tell you back then, I'll never ever hurt myself. I'm not that, kind of person. I would never, end my life in any kind of way. But I gotta tell you, back then, like I said, I wouldn't do it myself, but I welcome death. Just so I could be with her again, just so I could see her again. Because that's what I needed. I needed to see my mom again. Even if it was just to apologize to her. I felt that need. Um, but I had to let that go too. But I got, I got through it. I got to, be in my brother's life and be there for him. And we're very close now that we're much older. And even my daddy, I'm sure he knows what he did was, effed up. I know he knows that. But, he felt the kind of way he felt for the way I talked to her. And like I said, I own it. I hold myself accountable. My mama never deserved to hear anything I said to her that day, but my emotions got the best of me. And it's, um, I could throw the excuse out there. Okay, I'm a teenager still trying to take on adult responsibilities. People could say that to me, or they could say, well, it's understandable everything you were going through, that at some point in time you were gonna, explode because you're carrying all this burden and all this weight, and your mama was pushing your buttons, so to speak. Yeah, I mean, there's that in it too, but it doesn't justify what I said to her. And I know that. So, just like I know my family's gonna have to answer, I'm gonna still have to answer to my mama too, and God, for the way I talked to her that day. Even though I know my mama forgives me and I know she understands, but it doesn't, to me, it doesn't excuse what I said or what I did. But I have to live with that. So there's even that forgiveness for myself just as much as forgiving my family for what they did or didn't do. So it goes both ways, baby. Oh, I know, Karen. I know I will. You consider a twin flame a soulmate connection as well. You feel a twin flame mirrors you more intensely. Michael, I've heard a lot about twin flames and how people describe them as being different. Um, I've been in love a few times in my life. When I say in love, I'm talking about head over heels in love, madly in love, swept off my feet in love. And I could tell you that the first time I met um, the person I eventually married, I didn't want anything to do with him. I mean, when I say I didn't want anything to do with him, it wasn't in a mean way. I was still actually grieving my mother. And, it had only been like, what, I think 8, 9 months that my mama had been gone. So, and I was still processing all that. So I was not looking to get romantically involved with anyone. And I surely wasn't trying to have any kind of, conversations really with anyone that night. Even though I was in a public place at a pool hall where many people there knew me, I still had my time where I would go and sit at the bar and they had those arcade games that you can play, like different card games and stuff. And that's what I would do, right? And I had just got done playing with a couple of my friends. And this guy out of nowhere approaches me, wants to play me. And so I had to tell him, you want to play me? Because I didn't want to play, but okay, make it worth my while. $50 a rack. That's what I told him. And he just kind of looked at me and he said, okay. So he was willing to play me for money, just so he could play me and get to know me and such. And I ended up kicking his butt, to keep a long story short. You know, we talked for hours that night. And it was quite interesting because there was things he could understand that nobody else around me who had been in my life could understand. And that was losing a parent so young. Come to find out, he too had lost his dad when he was 18. So he could relate to what I was going through at the time. And that was something I was deeply in need of. And I gotta tell you, even before I found out about that though, there was something about him I couldn't put my finger on. I don't know if you want to say like as if I knew him before. There was something about him though that made it easy for me to let my guard down, we'll say. Because most times I wouldn't let my guard down that easy. But with him, it came like right down, which was wild to me. So that would be the closest thing I could ever describe experiencing a twin flame, from the people who have talked to me about it. Um, I've never really felt that with anyone else. So, this is true, Jijo. No, I'm so sorry to hear that, Michael. And that's cool, baby, that you've met, a couple of your soulmates and you feel one's a twin flame. Like, I feel like the person I eventually married, I feel like he's like one of those soulmates, but I don't feel like he was meant to be with me forever. Um, and I know that. Whether he knows that or not is, completely different, but I know that. Um, I don't know if I've ever come across anyone quite like that yet, that mirrors me in that way. And the interesting thing about it is, Michael, is I'm a Pisces. And if you know anything about Pisces, if you believe in astrology, if you believe what people, describe the different characteristics of all the different zodiac signs, they always talk about how Pisces is like one of those signs that can mirror you. They could bring out the very best in you, or they could do the opposite. And it seems like with some people, I understand that. I understand what, people describe, about a Pisces. So I guess that would be the other understanding of it that I'm understanding from where you're describing. But I know that's not twin flame, but I'm just letting you know. Oh, wow. Why do you welcome something that cannot be undone? I don't know what you mean by that. And I'm sorry he lost his mom young. To lose a parent young, I mean, well, I'll say this, baby. Hold on, let me take a sip of this Red Bull real quick. It's already hard when you lose someone you love, no matter who they are to you. But to lose a parent, especially young, it's so devastating. It's life changing. It's life altering in a way that I remember, Michael, when I was going through that, grieving my mama. People would say to me after so long, like we'll say like 2, 3 years after my mama had been gone, and I would be going through a rough time, missing her, wishing she was there. It could have been like, Mother's Day was approaching, or her birthday, or maybe even my birthday, something like that, right? And I would get sad because I wish she was there. And I remember a couple people had said to me, don't you think it's been long enough? It's time to move on. And let me tell you something. I went off on them. And I told them pretty much to go F themselves because, what I come to realize is it doesn't matter how long it's been. You know, you never get completely over it. There's only living with it and living through the pain and the grief, but you're never ever going to be completely over it. It's always going to leave an open wound in your heart that will never heal until obviously that day comes that you transition and meet them again. And for some people to not be so, how do I word this? Just not sensitive. But then I had to stop myself and say, but they don't understand. Obviously, they probably still have both parents to understand it the same way that I do, right? But then I would get people who would try and comfort me back then. And they would say something like, well, I understand what you're feeling because I lost my grandmother, I lost my grandfather, I lost so and so. It was everyone except for a parent. That's what people would say to me. And you talk about hurt me and upset me and anger me. I would go off on all of them. It's like, what the F are you talking about? You cannot compare your grandparents or anyone else to what it feels like to lose a mother. Don't even try, okay? I'm not trying to be cruel, but you don't understand. And you don't understand it the way I feel it, right? And then there would be some people that I eventually come across who were older and had lost a parent, but they were much older when they lost their parents. And they would try and say something similar to me, and I tell them the same thing. It's like, listen, I understand you understand what it feels like to lose a parent. But what you do not understand from my perspective, from my siblings' perspective, is what it's like to lose them young. Because we have all these empty pages in our lives now that she's not present for. Graduations, weddings, births of new babies coming into the world, her grandchildren. You can't understand what's missing in our lives like that. And I'm not trying to be insensitive, and I'm not trying to compare myself to others to say, like, no, your pain doesn't matter, and it doesn't, mine's, more. I'm not trying, I don't mean it that way. It's the insensitivity of them saying something like that to me, like, how dare you? You can't possibly understand, you know, not in the same way I do. And I always tell them I'm deeply sorry for their loss. Like, I understand it, what it feels like to lose. Like, that part of it I can understand. So it's like, if anyone were to come to me and let's just say they lost a spouse, okay, I can't understand that. And I'll fully say that. It's like, I can't understand what that must be like for you. Okay, I don't understand in that context. I do understand though what it's like to lose someone that you love so deeply. And that in itself, it hurts. I can understand from that point of view, but for it to be like a spouse or something like that, or possibly even a child, no, I don't, because I've never experienced that. So you see, it's different. What I'm saying makes sense. Well, I'm glad it does. It's always hard, because I know people, and this is being human kindness and us having compassion and empathy for people, right? I understand people want to be there for others and support them and such, but I know for some people they're always worried. They're going to say the wrong thing to that person. And it's like, I think more people need to have the mindset is sometimes you don't have to say anything. Just be there. Be with them. Let them talk to you. Let them open that door to you. If they want to express something, like tell you about their loved one who they unfortunately lost, allow them to do that. Give them that safe space. You know, just let them know you're there for them. But sometimes you might have to actually like show up on them unannounced. Because I know, at least for me, when I was going through that, I wouldn't reach out to people. People would say, well, if you need anything, call me. You think I picked up the phone and called him? Nope. Never did. Because I didn't want to burden anyone. And I feel like I would have been a burden. So I wouldn't reach out to other people. Even though I could have used a friend to talk to, even help with something else, I wouldn't do it. My pride wouldn't allow me to. So sometimes people just have to, do it anyways. Be there for them. Do something nice. Pick up their favorite meal from a restaurant and bring it to them. Let them know that you're thinking of them. you know, and just let them open that door. You don't have to say anything other than say, I'm here for you, and truly mean it. But not just say the words, actually do something to show up for them, to let them know that you are there for them. And you'd be amazed. They might, open that door to you because they'll feel safe, like they can confide in you. Because I promise you, nobody else is coming to them in that way. Or most people aren't, I would say. There's some who are lucky enough to have, friends and family that will do that for them. But most times, like the stories I hear, most people don't do that. And it's sad. Yes, exactly. Hi, Matthew. Hi, Alyssa. So, those things are hard. And Michael, I'm sorry for your friend, your twin flame, losing his mama. I relate to it so well, baby. I'm 44. I'm still not over my mama being gone. And I still have those moments, that it'll catch me off guard, unannounced. I feel, I could be here with y'all right now and we could be, laughing, joking around, carrying on, having some fun. But you might catch me just out of the blue. Something will come to mind, and then I might, stop for a minute and I could even get teary eyed. You may not notice it, but I do. You know, that just goes that you're still, missing that person. And that the absence of them not being here, with you when you know they should be. It's hard, you know. Oh, wow. Yeah, cancers are water signs like Pisces. And you're a Leo, fire sign. Yeah, my rising sign is Aries. So just be there for him, baby. If he allows you to be there for him, just be there. Let him know you're there, you know. And since he's like your twin flame, um, you would know him well enough. Just, one day unannounced, if you can, just take something that lets him know he's been on your mind and that you're thinking of him. So what always gets me are those special holidays and occasions where I might get sad. Y'all may not see it, but I could be thinking of someone like Thanksgiving for an example. That would be a perfect example of when I would probably you'll notice that I may when it gets closer to that day, I may not be as um positive or anything like that. I'll go through my moments because I know it's coming up on the anniversary date of her death. And I have to, work through that, even through that holiday. And that was hard because there was even a year that, in fact, I think it was the first year, it's the first Thanksgiving after my mama passed away. Someone had made a comment to me about, why aren't you thankful? Thanksgiving is about being thankful. And let me say, I went off on that person. And I remembered saying to them, like, how dare you? You don't effing understand. How am I supposed to be effing thankful and grateful when this is the day that I get every year now that reminds me my mom is not here anymore? So how are you supposed to be thankful for that? And he didn't know what to say to me. I knew it caught him by surprise, but like I said back then, it took some years to work through all of that to finally come to a center point where I could actually smile more and enjoy the holidays instead of being sad. With those coming around the corners, it has its moments, baby. And it's like even, my birthday or even my brother's birthday or his kid's birthday, I've had a moment like that too. Just, I remember yelling up at God, cursing at him, in fact. Like, why did you have to take her? Because she should be here to see her grandchildren. The grandchildren she never got to be with because they weren't here yet. So, Oh. Hi, Sophie. Hey, Buttercup. How you doing, beautiful? It's been a while, sweetheart. Well, Michael, why aren't you talking to him, baby? Did y'all just completely, like, cut each other off just because the relationship was so hard and having that kind of connection with each other? Miss Sophie, how old are you, sweetheart? I recall you being in here before. Oh, and same to you, Buttercup. Oh, well, it's good to see y'all. Yeah, I almost was going to come on tonight, but Spirit dragged me out here. Spirit was telling me someone needed me, so so I came. I'm glad I did. Okay, I got you, baby. I can relate to that, Michael. Like I told you, even though I'm a Pisces sun, I'm an a Taurus moon and I'm an Aries rising. And I think the Taurus and the Aries helps ground my Pisces side, we'll say. But yeah, I can understand, um, fire signs do can be battle with air signs, so I get it. Oh yeah, I'm stubborn, baby. I will admit that I'm very, very, very stubborn. Ouch. Hold on, I gotta stand up for a minute, y'all. My back is screaming at me. Give me a few minutes, y'all, to run to the ladies' room. Let me stretch my back. I'll be right back. or something. I won't be able to be here much longer because my back's starting to scream at me. Oh my goodness. Wow, we got Pisces, Aries, Taurus. We got all kinds of energies just mixing up. It must be why y'all are attracted to me. I love it. You know what they say about Pisces? You know, I don't know if y'all believe this or not. I mean, I kind of do, but I kind of don't at the same time. I don't know. I got mixed feelings about it, but I understand why people say it too. They say that Pisces is a mix of all 12 zodiacs combined in one. Because if you believe in like reincarnation, if you believe in like having past lives, it's believed that, you know, by your sign that you've been here that many times. So people who believe that way would at least say that I've been here at least 12 times. Like I'm in my 12th life. So, because I'm the last sign of the zodiac. And I noticed that I do get along with most people. I do understand, like, since they say, like, you know, Pisces is all 12 signs combined in one, like, there's some kind of trait or characteristic that I may have that's, like, part of another sign. And that's why I say I think it can be, you know, in the context of mirroring people. I've seen myself mirror a couple people, but it was toxic, I gotta say. So I had to take a step back. But most people, I always tend to mirror and bring out the best in them, is what people say to me. Which I'm glad. I'm glad I can do that for them. Yeah, I understand y'all Capricorns. Y'all are hardworking. Y'all have a strong work ethic. Y'all can be overthinkers, though, too. And some of y'all can be perfectionists like a Virgo. I think I understand all people. And I don't think it's just based on a sign, though, baby. Yeah, I can understand that well. Michael, you might like me more, baby, because I can be very blunt, too. Even though I'm a Pisces, and that's a softer side, like the mermaid. You know, I can be very blunt, straight to the point, too. You know, I think it's like, I always describe me this way. You know, if you come to me correct, you'll get the soft, sweet, dreamy side as like a mermaid. You'll get my mermaid side of me, right? But if you come to me incorrect, you can get bit by the shark. So that's what I always say to people. That's right. Gotta have tough skin, baby. Oh, and I do. I got very thick skin. My parents did raise me to have that, too. So, but yeah, I think I understand a lot of people, generally speaking. You know, I think I can relate to people. I can very much empathize and have that compassion. And I think over the years, you know, certain people I've come in contact with, like after my mama died, did help because, again, like I said, I think for the first few years, I was still very angry. I wasn't trying to be, you know, taking my anger out on other people. But I understood there would be those times just because I'm still trying to process my emotions and my grief. So it would come out on other people. And depending on who the person is, they would have taken it personally. Others would have understood. And I would have to, you know, catch myself if I'm, you know, saying something that might feel like I'm going after them, or maybe even, you know, in an attack like mode. I'm not really doing that to them. It just may come out that way. And sometimes that was like me processing my feelings. But, oh, I can be blooded to the point. It's like my mama always told me growing up, don't beat around the bush. Why beat around the bush? Say what it is you got to say. Say what you think. Let it be. And it's like my daddy always told me, one thing he always said to me is he could not stand a liar. He didn't care who you are. Don't lie to him. Give him the truth. That's all he wanted. And he always told me, he was like, I'd rather get the truth, even if it hurts me, angers me, upsets me in any kind of way. I'd rather hear the truth from you than to be told a lie. Because at least I can have respect for you for being honest with me. Otherwise, I'm going to lose all my respect because you weren't man or woman enough to be upfront with me. So I think that's the other thing I've always thought about and followed. Um, and I know, speaking for myself, when I get angry, it could be very cutthroat. Um, it could be very ugly. It could be very to the point that some people can't handle. And so I have to watch myself with that too. So I've noticed over the years, like, because I understand a lot of people can't handle that, blunt side of me, that could be, at times, yeah, I could be brutal, maybe even cruel, like. I have to take a step back and I might have to, disappear for a little while. And it's not because I don't love that person or care about them. I do. It's just, excuse me, I'm trying to process my emotions so I don't take it out on them. Even though it might be about them and maybe it's something they did. But I understand that I cannot be that way with certain people because they can't handle it. And it could destroy my friendship, my relationship with that person. So I try and avoid that. But there's been times others have gotten it out of me, but they could handle it. And they told me they could. So I would let them know. And so, I had someone say to me, this was years ago. They told me, they said one of the things they've always liked and appreciated and admired about me is that I was always straight up with them. Like they always told me, I don't ever have to guess, or second guess what you're thinking or how you feel because you always let me know what you're thinking and what you're feeling. And and that's very true too. I always tell people, if you want to know where you stand with me, ask me. I have no problem telling you. I just hope that you're ready for the truth. If if possibly you did something that might have angered me or upset me, and that's why you're asking me that question. Um, but I'll tell you, I won't hold back. And the only reasons why I may hold back is because I don't want to say something so ugly and hurtful. That's the last thing I want to do. So exactly, there is all of that too. I mean, that's true too, but some people always want to know. They don't want to be left in the dark. They don't want any surprises. And that's what someone told me. It's like they don't want any surprises or, it's like I tell people, if you want to know where, how I feel, where you stand with me, I will let you know straight up. Just, because that way if I tell you and then you do it again or you do something else or whatever it may be, you can't come back to me and say, well, you never told me. Oh, yes, I did tell you. Now, whether you were listening or not is a completely different story because if you're doing it again and if you really cared and knew not to do something, whatever that situation or thing is, but you go ahead and do it again anyways, then that just tells me you weren't listening. You didn't digest what I said. So, but there's always that part of it too. Oh yeah, Michael. Well, you and I get along so well then, baby, because I don't sugarcoat everything, and some people don't know how to take that from me. They're, you know, in my sweet, and kind and all that. Of course, I am, but I know there's times too where some people just need it, the way I may express it at first, being that gentle, loving, nurturing, caring person, kind of giving them the sweetness of it. I try that approach first, and it seems like if that doesn't reach them, then I might have to be a little more blunt, to kind of let them know. And sometimes they don't realize that they may not understood it the first time when I was trying to give it to them gently, we can say. But yeah, there's times too where there's just no sugarcoating. It's like, I'm sorry, this is what it is. You either like it or you don't. But don't look at me and say, yeah, I didn't tell you. I told you the truth. You may not like it. And that's the problem people have, is they have a problem with hearing the truth. Of course, they would stir around and say, well, that's just your opinion. Yeah, from your perspective, might just be my opinion, but it's my truth. And I'm speaking it. So, again, don't say, you didn't get warned. Absolutely, baby. My mama was a Gemini, and um, my daddy was an Aquarius. And boy, they were both pretty blunt. I mean, my mom was more sweet, but when she got to be blunt, she was blunt. Like I said, baby, maybe it depends on what perspective you're looking at it from. People can take it all kinds of way. And people can take your words and then twist it around, right? And they'll come back and say to you something like, well, you said this, blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, I didn't. You misconstrued my words. You switched it around. That's not what I said. This is what I said. Now, let me give you an example of what I meant by that. And, then it kind of, bites them again. Because it's like, damn, well, I didn't understand it that way. Well, if you didn't understand it from me, why didn't you ask me? I would have elaborated on it. And I try to. I try and give people examples like it's this, this, or this. Take your pick. Pick your poison. You either get the mermaid or you get the shark. And you don't want the shark, so. um, but just as much as, I'm that way, I'm a deep person. As a Pisces, I'm a very deep person. I'm one of those people that I love deeply, I feel deeply, and just as much as I can love and feel deeply, oh, you can hurt me deeply too, just the same. And it may not come across as, maybe a big deal to someone else, but maybe to me it might be. And it might hit me differently. And so some people may not know how to handle that part of it either, which could be a clash of personalities, the way our different souls work, our frequency, that kind of thing. But, you know, you don't want the Pisces great white shark. Yeah, I don't like being that way. Most times I'm not that way. But some of the people out here that want to come here and act a fool, they don't get the shark in me like that, but I let them know. Oh, you're an Aquarius, Capricorn cuss. So you're both. You're both a Capricorn and Aquarius. That I understand. So when's your birthday? Is it in the January or is it February? A poisonous person isn't afraid of bites. I don't know, baby. Some people can't handle my bites. That's all I'm gonna say. Hello, Empress Carmen. You want a reading, sweetheart? If you want to send it to my Zelle, Venmo, or my PayPal, it's pinned in the comments. It's a comment. It's a pinned comment in the chat, sweetheart. Shortly growl. You don't want to see it. I gotcha. Hi, Skeletor. Mermaids are overrated. You think so, Skeletor? Okay. I don't know, baby. I'm a mermaid. That's all I can tell you. We, we're dreamlike, very sweet, but yeah, our fins might catch you too. Have to beat you outside your head. You love a merman? I heard that, Michael. Okay, Carmen. I got your donation, girlfriend. Thank you, sweetheart. Appreciate you. You have a question, Carmen? Or do you want me just to pull a few cards to let you know what Spirit has to say to you, sweetheart? I love all signs. Like I said, I can be around anyone, but just the same. Like, could I mirror someone? I can mirror the best in them, but I can also probably mirror the worst in them too. And I don't like mirroring the worst in people, but I get how that can happen. Ooh. Okay. Carmen, so you're in like a no contact kind of situation. Where's my breakup deck? I gotta grab a deck, sweetheart. Let me see. I bought this deck for that specific reason. Let me see. This is one of those decks that's for when a relationship has ended or in like a no contact situation. So let's see. And I hate to hear that, beautiful. The literal ones. Okay, I got you. Skeletor. Okay, what was his name? Alright. I even have another deck. Before I do that, I'm going to pull one card from this. Well, I might pull a couple. And I'm going to pull a couple of these other cards. Which one? Shoot. Hold on, beautiful. Let me grab this other one, too. Which one, Spirit? I'll use this one. If y'all could see my office, holy cow. Alright, Spirit, show me. What's going on with this guy? James Carmen. James. Show me, Spirit. No, Spirit, one at a time. Well, beautiful. I mean, I think he's moved on. I think he's let go of this. He might still be missing you, but I don't feel like he's like waiting around for you. Moved on came out. It's saying he's moved on. I still feel like he's thinking about you, but I'm not getting that energy like he would try and reach out to you. Not like he can right now because you blocked him, but yeah. He might still have feelings for you, but I don't feel like he's going to be doing anything moving towards you right now. Spirit, give me one more, please. I feel like, Carmen, even if he wanted to move, make a move back towards you, if you were to open that door to him, I feel like he's a little lost right now. I feel like he's clueless. I feel like he doesn't even know what he could have possibly have done wrong for this connection to have ended the way it has. Because I even get clueless. This is why I'm saying it. He's clueless. He doesn't know what he's done wrong. Why you blocked him. Why you won't connect with him. But I don't feel like he's waiting around either. Yikes. Spirit, give me one more. What else? What else does Common need to know? And then I'm going to pull from one of these other decks real quick. I just want to see what those feelings are. Come on, Spirit. What else? Okay. Yeah, I feel like he's, I feel like he's trying to remove anything that reminds him of you right now. And I even feel like he's like trying to remove even any possible mutual friends you have. So that connection isn't there. Like by accident, y'all, come together because it's a mutual friend's birthday party or anything like that. So if there's any other connections there, I feel like he's trying to wipe it clean. He's really trying to leave it behind. Y'all don't have mutual friends? Okay, but do y'all have like any other connections like social media? Like any way where y'all could still have communication? Because that's what Spirit's showing me. Like there's something that he's still trying to walk away from to remove from his life. Because that's what I'm being shown. Oh, you have another question? If you want me to answer that, beautiful, can you send me another $5, please? And I'll get into the gritty of this. You blocked him everywhere. Well, what I'm saying to you, beautiful, is I feel like if you were to unblock him, I don't feel like you would be able to reach him. I feel like he would have a block up there for you now. Because it's kind of like one of those things, like a tit for tat. Oh, well, you blocked me? Oh, well, guess what? I'm going to block you too. So if that day would ever come, you unblock him, you may not be able to reach him. Like those messages may go undelivered, is what I'm picking up. But it's, you're right too, Michael. Thank you, beautiful. I got the other $5. Michael's right in that way. It's sometimes people, how do I explain this, Spirit? It's like they don't want you to know that they might still have a doorway open to you. Like they want you, they still want to kind of keep an eye on you, see what's going on without you knowing that they're around, kind of deal. There are those people who do that. So let me see what else comes out, if there's any intentions. And there's another deck I'm gonna have to pull now. I feel like he's trying to bury whatever emotions or feelings he had. I feel like he's trying to like leave it behind. That's what I'm picking up. Let me see. Spirit, show me. Be clear. What are his motives or intentions if Carmen were to send him a love message? Oh, and I got one other one too, because there's this one. Let's see what this one says first. Spirit, show me. Pull up this deck. Show me, Spirit. Yeah, I feel like he's still trying to like end any memory of you. He's trying to move on, but I feel like he's still stuck. You know, Carmen, I just get this feeling, sweetheart. I don't feel like he's mature enough. If you're looking for some kind of like stability, you know, someone who's really in it for you, who would want to build a future with you, I don't feel like it's him. I get immaturity. I get childishness. I get pettiness. And that's not someone who is mentally and emotionally mature to handle a serious relationship. So it feels like a little game to me. And I'm not saying he's playing games with your heart, but it feels like so high school like, if that makes any sense. Like there is that desire, okay, yeah, if you want to be with me, I'll give you the door, but don't expect me to stick around because, you know, I'm still gonna, you know, go look elsewhere kind of deal. You know, or it's like they need you to show that you really, really want them, right? And that you're willing to go above and beyond to be with them to make that relationship work so they don't have to put forth as much the effort. Like there's like this energy, I feel like he needs to feel needed, wanted, almost like an obsession, an unhealthy type energy. And that's not the type of relationship you want, beautiful. I want you to have a stable, happy, healthy relationship. You know, not someone who's going to play games. I, that that's I don't know how old you are, beautiful, but that's high school. You know, in fact, to me, that's even before high school. That's more like middle school. But some people get caught up in their ego. And no matter they say they let you go, you know, they don't want you. Oh, you don't want me? Okay, fine. You know, and they pretend like, you know, you didn't matter to them, and no, you can't possibly hurt them, but deep down they really need that desire to feel wanted and needed like that to help boost their own ego, you can say. Beautiful. Like if he was to make fake accounts, right? Like if you have any kind of social media accounts, okay, I know you blocked his one account that you're aware of, but it's possible he could create other accounts to spy on you, you know, to where you wouldn't know. Because let me tell you something, beautiful. I know people spy on me. I know they do. I could feel their energy. I could feel their energy when I'm streaming sometimes, and I know they're there. They may not think I know, but I do know. Um, and it's people I've had to block, or, you know, whether I literally had to block them from my channel, to where they can't speak, you know, in any kind of way, leave any, you know, comments, you know, they might be able to watch me, but that's all they can do. Unless they create a whole new account, then they can communicate with me that way. And someone will come in here and try to play around, try to pretend they're someone else, and they think I don't understand or know that, but I do. So I just let them whatever. And, you know, for me to not address it, I'm not giving them any, I'm I'm not feeding into their ego, we'll say. Because it's part of his ego. It's his ego. There's this teeter-totter that some people have. It's that energy of, yeah, I kind of want you, but no, I really, another part of me doesn't really want you, but they can't make up their mind. It's like wishy-washy. Okay, so, and because it's a hit to their ego, when you like block someone, they don't know how to react because they weren't expecting you to treat them that way, to like leave them out in the cold, we'll say. Um, so now they're trying to figure out, but you were all about me, you wanted me, you wanted us to, have this relationship, and now you pretend like I don't matter to you anymore. And so they get butthurt, we'll say. And so then they come around and try and spawn you. Well, what are you up to? Who are you seeing now? Is there someone else? They want to keep an eye on you, but still act like they don't care at the same time. When deep down they do, but I feel like he's in this teeter-totter with you. On one hand, yeah, if you were to pursue him, I feel like he would try and come back, but it feels like this childish game. But then there's another part of him that's trying to eliminate any thoughts of you to move on. So, and it doesn't mean he's going to constantly watch you. It might just be periodically he just drops on to, whatever social media account you have and just see, oh, what's so-and-so up to lately? That kind of energy. It's kind of almost like, Carmen, forgive me for saying this, beautiful. It's almost like one of those things that they kind of keep you in their back pocket, right? To where right now, he's free to explore other possibilities, right? But if he doesn't find what he's looking for, and if he gets into one of those moments where he feels really lonely, sad, and, needs some time, attention, some comfort, oh, well, I wonder how so-and-so, like, Carmen's doing. Let me reach out to her. Let me see, let me check her social media. Is she dating anyone? What is she doing? That kind of thing. And like I said, I've had people do that with me, and don't ask me why, beautiful. Some people, they don't know what they want. They get wishy-washy. And I feel like with him, it's wishy-washy. On one hand, they would like to be this way, but really they can't be. They haven't grown yet. They still got some lessons they got to go through and learn from before they could be that type of person that could take on a serious committed relationship and be sincere and genuine. But they still got that ego that needs to be, um, poured into to make them feel better about themselves. He's a 36-year-old Pisces. Yeah, so he's being wishy-washy. Pisces can be that way sometimes too. They can swim in two different directions. Their head's going this way and then their tail's, going that way. I'm a Pisces. I get that part of it. Absolutely, Michael. You're right. So, Miss Empress Carmen, and that 12-year age difference is going to be a factor too. And that's hard, Carmen, because beautiful. So you're a few years older than me. I'm 44. And beautiful, let me tell you something. When I was, 18, 19 years old, even before then, I wasn't interested in dating guys my age because they were too immature. With everything I'd gone through in my life prior, with my mama, being sick and having to take on those adult responsibilities very young, I was not looking for an immature guy. I needed someone that was more mature, stable, mentally, emotionally, physically, all those things, right? And so I went and dated older. And I did. There was a few people I dated, and one I eventually married. And they were more stable, and that's what I needed. I needed that person that was older than me to help ground me a little more. That can, work with my energy. Um, but I went older, you see. Your person's younger. Because I learned when I was dating, a lot of guys didn't start really maturing until their late 20s, early 30s. But even some of them still hadn't fully, matured. It just depends. I'm sorry, honey. Oh, beautiful. I know. And I hate that. Um, let me grab it. Let me see what this deck first says, Carmen, before I go anywhere else. I just want to see. And freaking A. Oh, it hasn't gotten here yet. There was a couple of decks I could have used if I had them, but they're not here yet. That I'm waiting on. That goes into what went wrong kind of thing. Where I can get more in depth from a certain angle. I don't have them right now. Beautiful. They haven't showed up yet. I'm hoping they'll be here by next week, but we'll see. But let me see. I want to see what else is on his mind. Spirit, show me. What is James thinking when it comes to Carmen? His heart being heartbroken, beautiful. Show me, Spirit. Beautiful. I can only imagine. Well, all right, Spirit. Thank you. Where is it? I feel like he took advantage of your kindness. I feel like he took advantage of your heart, beautiful. Because Spirit's showing me that you're so easy to read. You're so easy to see through. And this is how he's feeling. Like, he can see right through you. So, you know how I said, Carmen, like, I get the feeling this is almost like a tit for tat, but it feels like a game in a sense. Like, he understands that even though you put that block up to him right now, he knows that at some point in time you're going to block him and he'll be able to reach you again. And that's what he's waiting on. So while, he's waiting for you to make up your mind, are you going to block him? Are you going to talk to him? Are you going to welcome him back? Are you going to work on the relationship? Or are you going to manipulate yourself into being the type of person in this relationship that he feels you should be for him? He'll still have, options out there. And because of that, I feel like he won't give to you the way that you were hoping he would. And that's really sad. What else, Spirit? I'm going to grab another deck, too. I feel like he would love to see you again. But I still feel like he's just waiting. He's buying his time. Feeding into his own ego. He doesn't want to, really connect on that level with you. He's not on the same page as you, I don't feel. And I feel in a sense he's running scared, too. I feel like because he, may have been hurt in the past by someone else, he still hasn't healed that wound completely. So he's fearful that you could hurt him like that. And he doesn't want to bear going through that again. But it's hard for guys to express that. It's hard for guys to be vulnerable with us. Because they fear being judged, and us seeing it as a weakness when they got it all backwards from my perspective anyways. I see it as strength. That they can be that vulnerable with me and they trust being that way with me. That I make them feel safe and secure. That allows them to bring their guard down, their wall down. But then, when you're dealing with someone who still has a wound from the past, like an ex may have broke his heart or hurt him deeply, it's not going to take much for you to do something, whether you recognize or know it or not, to hit that point in his heart and trigger it. Even though you might have nothing but the best for him and want to love him right, he doesn't understand it that way because he's unfortunately been hurt and destroyed by someone else before you. And Carmen, that's the other thing I would say to you, beautiful. I feel like you're going to sin again. What are you doing, beautiful? Let's see. Okay, beautiful. If you want me to do an in-depth reading over the next 30 days, those readings are $40, beautiful. Because that goes like really in depth over 30 days. All you gotta do, it's up to you, beautiful. Because I could lay it out so many ways for you. I got a singles deck. I got a few different decks. I gotta put this one up though. Oh, they do, honey. Let me see. I want to see Spirit. No. Well, Spirit, which one? Fine. I'll pull a couple of cards, beautiful. Let me see. I don't know how much Spirit's going to give me. Spirit cuts me off sometimes. They don't want me to overextend myself, as they tell me. Let me pull out this one deck. Let me see. I just want show me, Spirit. Give me a few cards. Let me see. And next month. Alright, Spirit, show me. What's coming towards Carmen over the next 30 days in love? Coming towards Carmen next 30 days in love. Ouch. Spirit. See what they say. Let me show me. Spirit. 30 days. Yeah, I know. Come on, Spirit. Thank you. Well, you're coming out as the Queen of Cups, Carmen. You're showing your very warm, loving, compassionate side. And I feel like that's going to attract people towards you. Spirit, what else? Show me. What else can she expect in love over the next month? Oh, wow. Well, I got a couple here, Carmen. 3 of Pentacles at the bottom. Holy cow. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Beautiful, Carmen. Here's you. Queen of Cups. King of Cups. This is like a couple. Even you could call it or classify it as a power couple. Or you could classify it as almost like a twin flame / soulmate. So I feel like someone is going to step forward over the next month and make a love offer to you. And this could possibly even be someone you work with. Because I have 3 of Pentacles right here. So this is someone you either already work with or someone you will be working with. So it may not be someone who's moved towards you yet, but I feel like they're fixing to. And there's real positive movement. So who is it that you work with that maybe you didn't realize might have an interest in you? Maybe someone you looked over that could actually be the right person for you. I mean, that's a power couple right there. And it's the right type of energy. And it's someone who will make the effort with you, I feel, with this 3 of Pentacles at the bottom. It's someone who would want to give the, to you that maybe you were getting in other relationships. But I would be careful, honey. Make sure you don't how do I put this? Be receptive. Be open to it. But don't overthink it either. Like allow yourself to feel. Allow that chemistry to come. And pick up on that energy. And if you feel it, trust in it, beautiful. And see where it goes. Because, it's like I often say to people, people always talk about, well, when they come to me for like a love reading or something, they always say to me, well, I'm afraid of getting hurt again. Or I'm afraid of rejection. So like, let's just say someone was interested in someone and they won't come towards them because they're afraid of being rejected. And I always tell them, by you not letting them know how you feel, you're rejecting yourself first. You're not even giving them the opportunity to reject you. Why? Because you did it for them by not approaching them. And then you go on, regretting it. And months, days, weeks, months, or possibly even years later, you get like, what if? What if only I could have, given them a chance or given this a shot and an honest effort, what would have happened or if I had approached them? So I don't want you to have that regret, right? And then, it's people say, but I don't want to get hurt again. Yeah, I get that. I do. I've had my heart broken a couple of times too. So I really feel that. But it's always worth the risk. Because just as, you're afraid to get hurt, so is anyone else you come across. We're all afraid of getting hurt. But we all have the understanding there is that risk. There's no guarantee with anyone. Okay, so I'm not saying be reckless and be foolish, but don't be so, guarded either and not be able to connect with someone because of fear of being hurt. So, gradually bring down that wall around people. And, there's that saying that I always say, when people show you who they are, believe them. Okay, so if you start out brand new with someone, there's no history, right? You can't judge them based on a history pattern because none exist. So you have to give them an honest chance, an effort, time to build a history, and that's up to you to decide what that timeline is. But whatever that timeline is, once you start building, okay, what has their history showed you? To show you that they genuinely care, they're reliable, they're dependable, they genuinely, have a deep, affection for you, whether, you want to say that's, a deep like or possibly love, and so on. And trust in that. But the best predictor of future behavior is past. So you can't judge a brand new person because you have no history with them yet. So, Miss Carmen, beautiful. You know, wait, I want to see something else, Spirit. Yeah, this is someone new, Carmen. This ain't someone that's... I don't feel like it's James. I don't feel like it's him, beautiful. Let me see something else real quick. Spirit, show me. Who is this person? Who is this King of Cups? Carmen. I'm trying to shuffle this deck. Who is this King of Cups for Carmen? Ouch. Spirit, who's this King of Cups? Okay. Okay, well, I get someone who is a nature person. So someone who likes to spend a lot of time in nature. I say that because I have the hunter right here. So this is someone who likes to be out in nature. They're a hunter, like they go deer hunting or something along those lines. Or they just like being out in the wilderness, in the, wild woods, hiking, exploring, okay? This could also be someone who really, they could be a author, a writer, what's the other job? Oh, crap. I'm not a free agent. No. This is like someone, Carmen, that's like, what I pick up, it's like they're either a author or they do something like some type of writing. They could even be someone that, okay, I just got like HR. So think of someone that works in HR and they kind of have to handle certain things and they got to interview and talk to people. Because even sometimes you find that the HR people will sometimes like hire people for a new, position in the company. So it's someone that, talks to a lot of people. I feel like they're surrounded by people, but they could be an author, they could be like even someone who has a blog or vlogs. It could be, like a teacher. Um, and I feel like they might be a little bit younger than you. You work for HRA. Oh, wow. So you understand what I'm talking about. That's wild. Yeah, so this could even be someone beautiful. If you understand, do you interview people for job positions? I know not all companies use their HR for that, but I know some have. So it might be someone that comes in for an interview um, that wants to work in HR, kind of handle those types of things. So again, this seems to be like someone, well, I mean, It's like Spirit's even confirming what I was saying about that King of Cups and someone you work with. Or possibly could be working with. Because this feels future. This doesn't feel like someone you know. This feels like a new person. You see clients daily, but you would never ever date them. Yeah, I get that. You don't want to mix business with pleasure. I got you. I feel like, though, this is someone that... No, that's wild. You said you work for welfare. At the bottom of my deck, I'm going to pull these 3 cards out, but I found this interesting. Just so you understand. I can't make this up. It's someone young, so it's someone younger than you. I don't feel like they're younger than you by a lot, but it's someone who's younger than you. But it's someone who also could be very risky, because they may like to gamble. But it doesn't mean they're out there like, gambling all their money away. But it could be like they might play scratch offs, or, if y'all are around casinos, they might go in there once in a while and, drop 20 bucks here or something like that. But they're civil servant. You said HRA and you said welfare. So here you go. So can you think of like maybe someone else in your circle, in your job, as a, someone that does that? This is a civil servant. So police officer, someone who works, in corrections, or someone who is the bailiff for the judge in the courtroom, or what else? I feel like even someone like who could be like an administrative assistant for someone else who's a civil servant. It's something like that. So it's someone you're going to meet through work, Carmen. That's what I'm picking up. Spirit's confirming it for me. It's someone you're going to meet through work. It doesn't mean it's like, the people who you have to interview for, welfare and all that. That I understand. But it would be like a colleague, like, okay? Or someone that may not work with you or in your department, but they might work somewhere else, but they're still a civil servant like you. But he acts younger. Yeah, it could be someone who may act younger, childish. I mean, that one card. When you look at this card, you think of someone younger who's being free-spirited, playful, who's fierce. So yeah, that could be true too. He's your same age? Well, maybe he's just that person that acts younger. That's why I'm saying it feels like it could even be someone who acts younger than you. Oh, I'm fixing to mix up these cards. Don't do that, Amanda. That wouldn't be good. Where did the card go? Okay. His name is Cordell. Wow. Well, give him a chance, beautiful. Hey, Andrea. How you doing, beautiful? You never know what can happen. I understand not getting involved with people at work. I get that, because there's too many complexities that can come with that. It can really blow up in your face, but maybe it's someone that you not necessarily have to work next to, like in your department. But, like I said, you work, HRA, okay. Maybe he's over there, like, working, like, at the courthouse as, like, a bailiff. So you might be able to make it work that way, to where you can still, if you were to pursue a relationship, if y'all were to come together, Like y'all would be able to have that boundary to keep y'all's work relationship separate from personal. Well, give him a shot, babe. Maybe he will. Maybe he'll give you a sign that he's interested. You just got to be on the lookout for it. He could have already been giving you signs, Carmen. You just overlooked it, beautiful. Or he might even be a little afraid to come towards you because of fear of rejection. Like I said, that rejection is a mother. That's all I'm going to say. So many people come to me all the time. It's like, no, I can't do that because I'm afraid of being rejected. I get it. But, you know, like I said, hey, I'd rather know right now, you know, if someone's interested in me or not. Or for me to carry on this fantasy like, oh, I'm crushing on so-and-so. Oh, if only that day comes, we go out, what it'll be like, that kind of thing. And then, you know, you reject everyone else because your focus is on this one person you got this huge crush on. Okay, just an example. I'm not saying it's what it is. I'm just giving you an example. And then you go through, months later, you may find out that person never ever would have had an interest in you. Never did. So there was never that opportunity. Well, heck, if only I had approached them, you know, from beginning, I wouldn't have wasted all that time just dreaming about what that would be like. I would already have my answer. And I could have possibly given other guys an opportunity or other girls an opportunity. But I chose to only focus on this one person. I don't know, Carmen. Do you feel like he is? Hi, Crystal. Hey, JK. You gotta trust your discernment, beautiful. What does your heart tell you? Like, have you spent enough time with him just having a simple conversation? What do you pick up? You know, really pay attention to that. And don't ignore it. Because you see, this is what people make the mistake in doing sometimes, I feel. When Spirit's trying to guide us, they keep sending us all these different signs out in the open, but we just overlook them. Why? Because we're too focused on something else, which we should be. We should be focused on living our life, right? There are those times where it's like, oh, I wonder if so-and-so would be a good match for me, or I wonder if so-and-so, and so on. And, you know, it's like you're asking, you know, divine, God, whatever, you know, name you want to use, and your angels for help, like, where is he? And they're trying to bring him to you, but then it's like you got your blinders on and you don't even see that they've been there in front of you this whole time. So what does your discernment now say? He's aloof. That's interesting because that was the word I was looking for earlier for someone else. Huh. Huh. Well, here, let me see. I'm just going to pull. I got this one yes or no deck. Well, it's kind of like that anyways, before I do anything else. Let's see. You don't know if it's him, or you don't think it's him, or you just don't think it's no possibility. Well, we'll see. Yep, that's true too, JK. Can't fall for people who aren't emotionally available. I made that mistake more than once. Spirit. Oh, that's the name of another one actually, but that should work. This Cordell is that person. It's always wild. Love is so complicated sometimes. But I think sometimes we make it complicated too. We make it more complicated than what it's got to be. Spirit. This guy, Cordell, the one for Carmen. This King of Cups. Just tell me, give me a quick yes or no, Spirit. Okay, so you got two possibilities, Carmen. Maybe it's time to give Jonathan a chance now. But you said the other guy, you said Cordell. Well, I don't know. Let's see. Spirit, is it Cordell? Yeah, it's not him, I don't feel. I had another deck, and I haven't used it in a long time. Ouch. I think you should try giving Jonathan a chance, Carmen. You don't know till you try, beautiful. I know there's a lot of people I never gave a chance to. But I mean, I wasn't available, but even some of them, it's like they weren't on the right page as me, and it made it hard. It's not that they were bad people, they just weren't right for me, and I knew that. Let's see. Last question, Carmen, that I'm going to do here, okay? Roses have thorns. Yes, they do. Spirit. Jonathan. Is it Jonathan, Spirit? Show me real quick. Is it Jonathan, Spirit? No, you can't give me half the deck, Spirit. Let's go now. Jonathan. Oh, holy cow. Carmen, you remember how I said this King and Queen of Cups feels like a power couple? Like you would think of it like even like a soul mate connection type? Well, you gave me Jonathan's name, so I pulled one card to see. Look at what it says. I can't make this up, beautiful. I don't know if you can read that. Okay? You see that? Spirit saying Jonathan's that King of Cups, that soulmate. It's like a soulmate bond, because that's what this card even says. And it's giving me a yes. So, I think it's time for you to give him a chance, beautiful. And you just never know. He might surprise you. If you already know there's an interest there on his end, that's half the battle. You don't have to feel like you're gonna be rejected. And like the only way it could even come across to me as you getting rejected is maybe because he was seeing someone. Aside from that, that's a yes. It's saying soulmate, strong love bond. I can't make it up, beautiful. And that was from a different deck that I have. So give Jonathan a shot. See, because I'm getting King of Cups for him. And then you let me know, beautiful, because I'll be curious. I'll be curious. Then I could pull cards on y'all's relationship, because I got some more decks coming in that's going to cover all kinds of areas of love, romantic love, but even I could do friendship and family. Because I even got card decks for when there's complications and issues. So, but I can't do that all like this. So, he's an artist, a writer, a poet. Yeah, it was like that one card I pulled out. Why not, beautiful? What you got to lose? If you don't, go after him, what do you got to lose? Yeah, I understand your heart can get hurt. I get that. But isn't it worth risking just to find out? You might end up finding out that's the person you were meant to be with. And Spirit saying it's the person you should be with. Now it's up to you. You know, Spirit can only guide us so far, right? It's like, you can take a horse to, water, but you can't make the horse drink it. All I can do is guide you to the water. I can't make you drink it, beautiful. You're still in control. And that's what you got to remember, too. But that's interesting. I can't make it up. Can't make it up, beautiful. All them cards I pulled, so hopefully that helps direct your girlfriend. Because if I'd sit here and done an in-depth reading, like, I'd be sitting here with you for probably an hour and a half. Because I do a 5-card tarot spread with clarifiers, then I pull out all kinds of oracle cards to go with it. So, you know, sometimes, Carmen, we also have to, I'll say this to you, just some advice, beautiful. Guys are funny, okay? You could see some of the most successful men out there in the world, right? When you think of, the most successful men, you think of, people who are very rich or people who are famous, right? And so because they get all this attention, they got this big, huge ego, right? But a lot of them are insecure and they're scared. They're scared. The worst thing that could happen to them is being rejected. So they won't approach. So with some guys like that who can be even dense, as my girlfriend would describe it as, you kind of have to give them the okay? You kind of have to, allow them to be in their masculine energy, to lead, to come towards us. But you got to give them that open invitation to let them know it's okay to come towards you without actually going and approaching them. So it'd be like an example, this would be like, let's just say, you and him, were at the same restaurant, right? Let's just say that you were there with some friends and sitting at a table talking with your friends, and let's just say he walks in and would sit at the bar, right? And he's by himself. Or you can even have friends coming to join him, whichever, scenario you want to play out. But let's just say he's been looking at you throughout the night, but he still won't approach the table to talk to you. Why? Well, there's a couple of reasons why. Main reason is because of your friends being there. He won't approach, more than likely. The other reason, even though he might be looking at you and you might keep catching him staring at you, he still is afraid. So what you got to do is you got to like remove yourself from your friends for a moment, go somewhere else where you're by yourself, and even kind of look at him in a way to kind of like, direct him like, you're opening up to him. Even, I'm not going to say wink at him, but there's just a way. And you got to like give him that smile and make eye contact so let him know that you're interested. So he'll feel more confident to approach you. And then you step away where maybe you're by yourself and you can go sit somewhere else and let him come to you. So you see, you stay in your beautiful feminine energy and you allow him to be masculine and be in his masculine energy to approach you. If that makes any sense. Because sometimes, the worst thing we can do, again, the most successful men, you would even have to do that to. Because just to be rejected by someone they have an interest in will crumble them. It's wild. I've watched it happen. I don't get it, but I'm a different, person too, but I hope that makes sense, beautiful. and kind of gives you some guidance. You know, for my ladies, understand me. Sometimes you got to give them that opening. If you want them to approach you and ask you out, give them that opportunity. But you sometimes got to direct it without directing it. To where, you know, it's like how people say, well, it's the guys. They're supposed to chase us, right? And that's right. Because that's how I was raised. The guys are the hunters. Okay? You're supposed to chase the ladies. But they still need that confidence to know you're going to say yes to them. So, create that opening. Hi, Alec. Hi, Rose. It gets wild sometimes. You know, like I said, like, you know, Carmen, I'll give you this example. I'll give you a perfect example of my situation. When I met the guy I eventually married, um, I was with friends. We were at the pool hall. And I played, you know, a couple hours with my friends. Well, they ended up leaving. And I was still there at the pool hall, hanging out. And during when I was there playing pool with my friends, I noticed this guy on another table. And he would look at me. Every single time it seemed like I looked up, he was looking right at me. And understand me, before I was not in the mood. I was not in the mood. I was not in the mood to talk to anyone else, to be hit on, none of that. Because I was grieving my mom. I just lost her 8 months earlier. And so I was still trying to work through all those emotions. But after my friends left, I wasn't ready to go home either. So I stayed. And I went up to the bar. And I sat up at the bar, playing my little game that they have set up at the bar. And he comes over and wants to, talk to me. And let me tell you something. I almost got up and left. Because I knew he was coming. Couldn't tell you, Carmen, but I knew. And sure enough, he sits down right next to me. I'm just like, oh, And it's like, do I stay or do I go? And I was not ready to leave yet. And I wanted to play my stupid damn game that I just gave it a few dollars so I could play it, right? So I had to sit there, play my game. As he's over there, asking about, the game, talking to me. And then he asked me if I'll play him in pool. And beautiful, let me tell you something. I was not interested in playing no pool either. I'd already played several games with my friends for the last few hours. So I said, okay, you want to play me? $50 a rack. That's how much I placed for. I expected him to turn me down flat. Oh. He said, okay. I said, all right. If I'm going to have to do this, that's the only way you're going to get me back on that table and play you, all right? And I whooped his butt, long story short. But you see, even though he sat there was eyeing me, the whole time I was there at the pool table, playing with my friends, he wouldn't approach me. He waited until I was alone. And then he saw me because I saw him coming. So I remember I turned around, looked, and being me, I smiled. And that was that invitation, whether I realized it or not, for him to come and sit down next to me. So, it's wild. Some guys, they just, as my girlfriend would say, this is my girlfriend, okay? So y'all don't get mad at me. She says some of y'all men are dense that way. It's like y'all don't get it, don't understand it. But I try to advise y'all the best that I can. Because nobody wants to be rejected. I get that. You want to know when you have a like for someone that they like you too, and they will want to entertain that possible connection. So, you got to create that scenario to make them comfortable and confident and secure to want to approach you, So I hope that helps y'all. You texted him? Yeah, see what happens, Carmen. Just see. And when you see him, beautiful, give him that opportunity to come talk to you. You might be surprised. Yes, I understand that too. Alec, well, yes, baby. If you want to play me, it's $50 a rack. I don't play. I got all them names on my pool cue back there. So, of pros that I know, that I've been around, that I've played some of them. I love pool. That's my game, baby. And that was for anyone, though. We would play. And $50, that you get some of the best play when you put that kind of money on the table. And if you think I'm bad, no, I've watched people play for thousands. And I'm not kidding. Where I watched people lose their money that they had, for their like rent or their mortgage or something like that. I've watched it happen. I've taken people's money that, they want to be foolish, wanted to play. But the only money they had was for their mortgage or their rent. And they put it on the table. Okay. So, yeah, I saw it, beautiful. Alec, I understand. I understand, baby. I just, back then, I played so much. Like, I lived at that pool hall. When I wasn't working, I was at the pool hall if I wasn't at home sleeping. 9 times out of 10. What will happen? Let's see. I don't know. Let's see. I'm about to go empty my bladder again, Miss Carmen. Can you give me a few minutes? Can you be a little patient with me so I can run to the ladies' room? Beautiful. That Red Bull's going right through me. I shouldn't be drinking anymore, but it keeps me going. So give me a few minutes, beautiful. I'll be right back. So I might have to grab another deck too. Ouch. Alright. Oops. I'll be back. Okay. You know, Miss Carmen, I'm going to give some of my secrets away over here. Help you make this love connection, girlfriend. I would advise you, I'm going to pull a card, beautiful, but I'm going to say this to you. You do what you want, sweetheart. But again, remember, men are the chasers. They're the fixers. You know, they're the ones that go after us. And I'll give you my quick take, because I have a traditional way of looking at relationships. Both, you know, the woman and the man role. Men are supposed to be masculine. They're supposed to be the leaders, right? Take charge. And they expect us ladies to be submissive, to submit to them, and so forth, right? But you also got to take into a fact that they got to make it to where we feel safe in their space, in, you know, their energy being around them, to, you know, kind of naturally submit in a sense, right? Without, you know, feeling like we're literally saying it. It's like, oh, here you go. I'll do whatever you say kind of thing, right? Because there's a difference between asking and expecting. So, to put this in perspective, beautiful, you want to ask him out, okay? You're strong, obviously, like me in that way, that you would have no problem approaching. But I would encourage you to allow his natural energy to come to you, to ask you out instead. So, I want you to do this slowly. I want you to present a scenario where you find out, like, is there something about him that you know he likes? Like, let's just, an example. Let's just say that he likes the color blue. Okay, so next time you see him, sorry. Dang, that truck was loud. My apologies. I live by a busy road that I thought was in the country, which I am, but it seems to be the main street everybody travels down. But anyways, so you know, just an example, say he likes color blue. So next time you see him, wear blue. Give him a reason to talk to you and see how he reacts. So let's just say, for an example, you wear that color blue and he, you catch him by surprise in a good way, and he approaches you and, gives you the compliment, oh, I love, what you're wearing today, or he makes something about your outfit, you wearing that color, and you kind of just flirt with him a little bit. Oh, you like it? You like when I wear this color? Well, I would love to wear it more out, I would enjoy going out with you wearing, this color. See, you give him the open invitation. You're working with him in your feminine energy. You're giving him the invitation without asking him out, and still putting it back in his hands to take charge as the leader. To then, get his reaction, to find out. And if he's willing to grab onto that opportunity to take charge, to now say, okay, well, can I get your number? See what he does. But that's how you get into a man to where you're kind of filling him out, whether they realize it or not. You're filling them out to see what it is they like and what is it that's going to get their attention. If you do like them and you want them to approach you and ask you out without you asking them out, if that makes any sense. High 100 ways to love. You can't believe you're up right now? You know, Carmen, I'm always up this late. I'm a night owl. Don't ask me. My mama turned me into a night owl. So, Miss Carmen, you want to know, what will he say if you'd ask him out? I'm telling you how I would approach it, beautiful. But again, Miss Carmen, you do what feels right with you. But I'm going to pull these cards and see what Spirit has to say. If there's an interest there for Mr. Jonathan. I like that name, Jonathan. I've always liked that name. I don't know why, but I do. So, Spirit, if Carmen were to ask Jonathan out, what would he say? How would he react? Show me, please. Wow. Hold on, Spirit. Show me. If Carmen were to ask Jonathan out, how would that go, Spirits? Let's see. If Carmen were to ask Jonathan out this weekend, how will that go? Please, thank you. Feels cold in here. And then I'm about to go. Let's see, Spirit. What will happen if Carmen asks Jonathan out? Will he direct and come towards her? Spirit, what will happen if Carmen asks Jonathan out? Spirit saying he'll say yes, Carmen. I kind of get this energy like he's not aware that maybe there could be a possibility of y'all connecting like that. So, that's weird, Spirit. Spirit just said like he would act a little shy, kind of like skittish is the word they gave me. I think it'll catch him by surprise, Carmen. But I feel like he'll say yes. He might hesitate just because I feel like he may not be aware even of that possibility that you would actually give him that opportunity, that door to go out with you. But I feel like he'll flirt with you some. I feel like you could probably bring him to enjoying life, because I feel like in some regard, like he hasn't been out and about a lot. I feel like he's been more of a hermit. So you'll bring out that side in him, and that he'll want to entertain this. So I feel like he might be a little skittish, hesitant. But I feel like he will eventually come to you, girlfriend. So that's what Spirit's saying right here. So, Miss Carmen, give Jonathan a shot, girlfriend. Like I said, still give him the chance to lead. You know, if you're, you know, that old-fashioned traditional in that way, and want him to ask you out, make it comfortable for him to approach you. And, you know, give him, you know, when you look at him, just look at him, with your eyes smiling, not showing like your face smiling, but like, there's just this smile in your eyes, when you look at him, to give him that doorway, like, yes, I'm interested. Now come over here. And, you sit over there in a corner somewhere, or, stand down the hallway, wherever y'all are at. And even just act like you got your phone in your hand, and he's watching over here, and you just kind of like, and give him those smile with your eyes, and see if he'll walk towards you. And then, like I said, if you wear something he likes, that's going to get his attention, and he mentions something about it, just be like, why, you like it? And flirt with him. Oh, I would like to wear it more. You know, if we go out, I enjoy going out. So make him want to ask you out, and just play with him. I feel like those senses, can even give him some, confidence that maybe he's been lacking from, being hesitant to even approach anyone to ask them out. Because it's funny. It's like most guys won't, they're so afraid. Even though they want to act all big and macho, like they don't have a heart. Because, we've kind of drilled that into their heads too. They're supposed to be strong and macho and all that, but they got a heart too. So give them that opportunity, that safe space to be a little vulnerable, so he can approach you. And that's how I'd work it, girlfriend. But be upfront with him. If you do make that connection with him, make your, intentions clear. Because the other advice I would give to people who are single dating, date with intention. And what I mean by that is only date people who are on the same page as you. Meaning, like, if you're looking for a serious, committed relationship with someone, and you're like looking for your future spouse, you only want to date people who are looking for the same, who are ready for that. So don't go getting wrapped up in other relationships, or as some of y'all today call situationships, okay? So you don't want to date someone who's only, who's not interested in getting serious right now. They're just dating casually, and they have no interest in wanting to become serious. Or, the other types of relationships that people tend to have now, friends with benefits, that kind of relationship. Don't do it. Always go for the people who want what you want at that time, and then take it from there. Because you can't make them want what you want. It's not saying that it can't happen, they can't change their mind, they can. But be respectful that this is where they're at, and you're not going to be able to move them until they're ready to change it themselves, because they see something they want. Not because you're trying to force it on them, but because they naturally are like, oh, well, I never thought I was going to be ready for a relationship right now. I never expected to meet you. I never expected this to happen. And now that it has, it's like I'm rethinking my position about getting serious. That can happen. And it does happen. Just be understanding, though. Only date the ones that want the same thing you want. Everyone else, it's not that, it couldn't happen, but you just kind of put them to the side. It's like, okay, well, it would have been great, getting to know you, but we're not on the same page. But I wish you nothing but the best, love and happiness. Send them away that way. And if they're meant to go out with you, spirit will bring them back to you. You just gotta trust in that. Because the other thing you gotta remember is everything that's meant for you will never pass you by. So if you're meant to have it, you will have it. So if you're meant to be with someone, you will be with that person. Just give it time. Because sometimes even spirit has a way of redirecting us to where maybe we're meant to be with someone, but maybe it's the wrong timing. So they might keep y'all apart till y'all go through whatever y'all got to go through, until both of y'all are ready to come back. and like really give the relationship a real fighting chance and are both serious in the same mindset and want it badly. So both will make the effort instead of it just being like one-sided too. Because those can get very complicated. Hello, poetic element. I'm not sure who you're talking about. Not sure who you are, sweetheart. Dang, I already been here for 4.5 hours. Doesn't feel like it. But that's a good thing. Oh my goodness. Damn, I just gotta chill. And poetic, I know about haters. They come on here and act a fool. Trolls even. And I always gotta set them straight. So, Miss Carmen, where'd you go, sweetheart? Yikes. Ouch. I'm gonna have to go soon. I still gotta do the general collective for my members. Trying to stay awake. Well, what I say makes sense to you, beautiful? Of how to handle him and how to get him to ask you out. I hope you heard me, sweetheart. I feel like it'll be a yes, but I still feel like you should put it in his hands to ask you. But flirt with him a little bit first. Give him that comfort to feel like you're actually interested in him so he would be more comfortable in approaching and asking for your number, asking you out. However way you want to play it, beautiful. Guys are funny sometimes. They could be easy, but boy, they could be so complicated at the same time. And God knows they'll say the same thing about us, which that's fair. So, you know, I take it one step at a time. I try and give, you know, what I can and tell y'all what I think, you know, best way of going about things. But I know it doesn't work for everybody either. And I understand and respect that too. Because naturally we're all different. We're all very different. Oh crap. Oh yeah, that's the one deck I didn't... Well, it's different. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna put these couple decks back where they're supposed to go. Okay. I got all my Oracle and Tarot decks spread throughout my freaking office. trying to keep everything as organized as I possibly can. It still is kind of messy though. Well, Miss Carmen, let's see. I want to see one more thing, Spirit. Jonathan says yes. What's going to happen? That's the way the energy sits currently. And clarify, Spirit. Spirit saying trust yourself with this connection. Just listen to the energy, like what I was just saying to you. It's like Spirit's confirming what I was just saying. You know, trust in the chemistry y'all have. See what happens. You just never know, Carmen. But you gotta trust yourself. So if something tells you that maybe he doesn't want to or he's not ready, trust that. But if the energy is telling you like he's being flirtatious, yeah, he would like to still, possibly pursue something with you, trust that. But trust the energy. Trust yourself. What is your intuition speaking? And go with it. Don't ignore it. Crap. I know sometimes we may not like what we get told, but our spirit guides and our loved ones are guiding us the best that they can. We got to trust them to guide us. Trust in what they're showing us. I mean, Carmen, but beautiful. You know what, honey? If you're still trying to work through your emotions with James, I wouldn't approach Jonathan right now. I wouldn't do it, beautiful. Because that would not be fair to him. Because what if the possibility that maybe James comes back into the picture and you already started or something with Jonathan? What's going to happen then? Are you going to drop Jonathan just to pursue something with James again? Or are you going to be in that conflict? Like, well, I'm, seeing this person, but this is the one that I really wanted, and they want to come back. What do? You got to choose. So if you're not ready to invest your whole heart and soul into someone because you're not over someone else, don't go starting something new, beautiful. Don't make them that rebound. I know it's hard to be lonely, but beautiful, being alone doesn't necessarily mean you have to be lonely. You just got to learn to love yourself more and fall in love with yourself and focus on yourself. What can you do on yourself to make you a better person overall for yourself, for your life, for your success, for the people around you? Work on yourself, growing who you are. And, those things will make you more attractive to the right people, to the ones who are meant to be there. So know that even if James doesn't come back, you've been building yourself, preparing for the next person. And it will help make you more desirable if you make positive, do it in a positive way. I get you may not think it'll happen. And you know, Carmen, I mean, it may not happen right now, but you know, down the road, you never know. There's still plenty of time where anyone can change their mind and decide that they want to try something new or they want to go back and revisit an old flame. And if your heart is still wrapped up in that person, in an ex, you're not ready to give to someone new. So, really, right now, it's about giving to yourself, taking care of you, loving you, nurturing you, allowing your heart to heal. Invest your time and energy into things that make you happy, that fulfill you. You know, what are those interests you have that, you know, bring you, you know, to life? Like, do you like to draw? Do you like to paint? Do you like to write? Are you into arts and crafts? You know, what is it that you're into? And focus on that. And it'll take your mind off of, you know, romantic love so you can allow your heart to heal. And you know what, beautiful? Some people just, they're not meant for you. No matter how badly we want something or someone, sometimes spirit protects us from those people because they see what we cannot see just yet, or they're aware of something that we may not be aware of. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Poetic element, sweetheart, I don't know. You still didn't tell me who you are. I know you mentioned a James, sweetheart, but I'm talking to Empress Carmen. So I'm a bit confused, sweetheart. Ooh, excuse me. My apologies. Oh, go in a few minutes because it's not good I start yawning. And I still got to do my general collective for my members. You know, Carmen, sometimes the universe works in crazy ways. And ooh, excuse me. My apologies. The universe works in crazy ways because spirit will see something in the future and know if we were to go down a certain road, it would not be for our highest good. But we can't see that because it might be some time in the future, like say 6 months, a year, or 2 years. So they'll still try and hold us back from pursuing something that we may want, that we may desire, that we might think is the best thing for us without having all the information. And that shouldn't make us panic or, you know, overthink things. We just got to trust ourselves. And that's all we can do in that moment. Trust our discernment and trust, you know, what we're being shown by others, you know, that they're really showing their true self. Oh, excuse me. To make, you know, the best decisions for us. There's always going to be that risk, though. Always that risk. Always the rest are going to hurt us. Always the risk that we'll get hurt. I mean, just as much as, you know, like I said again, you were afraid to get hurt. They're just as much afraid of getting hurt by us, too. So it's got to be looked at from both ways. And, you know, like I said, beautiful Carmen, if you're still got feelings for James, don't pursue anything else with anyone else, beautiful. It's it's gonna end up in disaster, I feel. I would rather you, again, spend some time alone, focusing on yourself while you get through those emotions with James and work through them. And then when your heart is ready, when you know you don't feel like any, gravity that's taking you, back into your past to look behind you, just look ahead of you, then your heart will be ready to give that person what they should be able to receive from you. Nobody deserves to only get a portion of you. If they're going to, invest in you, they need to know that all of you is available, not just a portion of your heart. Because, then again, like I said, then that you go running back and that person, you come to realize, oh, well, I thought I'd really, liked you, or I thought I was even in love with you. And then you come to realize, no, it was just your rebound. And beautiful, I don't want you to be lonely either. That's why you gotta fulfill yourself with, interests, with things that to have that human connection. Human connection doesn't always have to be romantic. And I know you know that, beautiful. Hold on. But you can still have platonic friendships, that can help you. So you have that kind of human connection. Um, and really, connect with people on something that you really do enjoy in this life. I've had times, beautiful, where I've been alone and I've been lonely. And I can even say it feels that way right now for me. And it's not about y'all, okay? So don't misunderstand what I'm saying. Um, but I've been in a relationship for years and I'm not fulfilled. I don't have any connection to that person. My connection to that person got destroyed some years ago. And so, am I really out there right now looking for someone new? No. Do I get lonely? Of course. Who doesn't? And I just saw a bright blue spirit orb over here. That's like my parents. And that's them confirming what I'm saying to y'all. But I find other things that fulfills me. Like a prime example, me being here. I never thought I'd be on YouTube. I never wanted to do this. I didn't want to return back to reading tarot. Stuff that I have a problem with it because I don't. I love it, but it's not what I have my eyes set on. I have my eyes set on other things. And Spirit had to redirect me to bring me to where I was supposed to be, where I was meant to be, right here, right now, in this moment, to be here for y'all, to have this channel, to be able to guide and read tarot and talk to Spirit and such. And so I don't allow myself to get lonely like that. I find other things to fulfill me. But even those times when I'm alone, sometimes I just need to be alone too. Like, I need to shut the world out. I want to shut everything out. I need to be by myself. I need to allow myself to think for a change for myself instead of, trying to tap into spirit and guide others, which, like I said, I don't have a problem with that. I'm not complaining. I love what I do. I never thought I would, really enjoy this, but I do. I've come to learn that it fills me to be able to be here right now with y'all and to give that kind of guidance. So, um, and if I wasn't here, I would probably be at the pool hall practicing shooting pool, which is another way I would, make up my times, work on something that I'm good at, that I'm passionate about. And in the process, I would also meet new people, and possibly become friends with new people and allow my friend group to grow. And that could fulfill me in that way too. Does it fulfill the other, you know, needs that only a romantic connection can do? To a certain degree, yeah, but then there's, the physical affection that comes with being in a romantic relationship that you won't be able to get from your friends, and that unless you're gonna get wrapped up in a friends with benefits, which I would not suggest, because people always catch feelings, one or the other, if not both, when you're not expecting it or when you least expect it, it'll happen. And so beautiful, Miss Carmen, I would tell you, honey, allow them to come to you. Like, be patient, honey. I know that's hard to hear because you want someone next to you right now. I get that. But do you want to settle for someone who isn't ready for you? Or someone who isn't going to give you what you want and what you need? Just to say you got someone beside you. I think we would all say no. Why would I do that? So that's why you need to wait then instead. You know, for me, it's always been when I wasn't looking for love, it found me. It always had a way of finding me when I was not looking for it, which was wild. But there was only a couple times where I could really say that I was out there looking. Aside from that, I'm not out there looking. People, if it happens, it happens. The general answer, I feel like he'll say yes. But, since you fell asleep, Carmen, I'll say this to you again, beautiful. Still give him the opportunity to approach you and ask you out. Allow him to be the masculine and you be feminine, right? So give him that chance. Instead of you outright asking him, I mean, you do what you want, beautiful. But I feel like it'll be a yes. Okay, the cards told me it'll be a yes. But what I'm saying to you is, like, if you come across him this week, if you see him, put on something that you might be aware of he likes, like his favorite color. So let's just say it's blue, right? And so he sees you and he might have this smile and that might get him to approach you, to talk to you. And he might say something about your outfit. And so when he does, you kind of get a little flirty with him and be like, oh, well, do you like it? Oh, I would love to wear this out in public with you if we were to go out. Give him the opportunity to ask you out. Because then you just put it back in his courts. You let him know that you would be interested in seeing him outside of work, right? So there's the opening for him to ask you for your number if he doesn't have it, or to say, and catch on like, oh yeah, oh, I would love for us to go out, whatever his response would be. So you still be in your feminine and you gave him his masculine energy to follow and lead with, if that makes any sense. It's always interesting, and people may say it's a game, and I don't like that because you're still flirting, you're still being in your natural energy to me. Um, because, like I said, some guys are so dense, they will not come and ask you unless they have absolute certainty that you're going to say yes to them, because that rejection will crush them. It will destroy them, their ego. They could be the most successful, influential men in the world, but just a woman that they're interested in, to reject them will crumble them at their core. So they won't do it. They're afraid of it. Even though they might get all this other attention out there in the world, even, people throwing themselves at them because they're attractive too and all this and that. But that doesn't matter. It's the person they have an interest in, the person that they like to go out with. And the idea of that person rejecting them, just sometimes they're too chicken to do it. So you got to kind of lead it to a certain point and then drop it in their hands and allow them to now take the lead and come towards you and approach you or ask you out or whatever. So I just got one perspective beautiful in that. People can agree with me. Some people will be like, yeah, Amanda, you're crazy. I can never do that. I get that too. I get not everybody would be able to walk that way and walk that line. I'm just telling you, based on my experiences over the years, what I've learned with all the males that I've, known, that I've been friends with, and listening to them and paying attention to even their interactions when they were interested in someone. Because I would be around them during those times. And they would even talk to me like, Amanda, what do you think? Do you think I should go ask her out? And I would kind of let them know what I felt. And it seemed like most times, it seemed, I was pretty accurate on it. So they would take my, guidance and go and approach a woman if they were interested and wanted to ask for a number or whatever else. And if I said it's like, yeah, I don't think so, they would say, okay. There were several of them that trusted me like that. Um, because like I said, I shot pool at the pool hall. I was there, anywhere from 3 to 5 nights a week. And so it'd be a lot of the people that would come into the pool hall that I would got to, see and how they interacted and, the guys that I got to know I became friends with. If they had a crush on some girl that came in there that maybe been in there before, someone new, they would ask. Good morning, Mom Klein. How you doing, beautiful? Are you working, girlfriend? It's almost 4 in the morning. Holy cow. How's everything going with you, beautiful? It's good to see you. You're at work 2 more hours. So you get off at what time, beautiful? I'm not sure which time zone you're in. I'm on the Eastern time zone. Okay, so you're on the Eastern time zone too. Okay. Yeah. Well, have you had a good week so far? Eternal. Did you fall asleep, baby? It's okay if you did. Poetic element, you still didn't answer my question. I don't know who you are. And what you're saying makes no sense to me, honey. So, famous Will? You know, I guess it's time for me to bounce you out of here then, huh? Ooh, a boat ride. That would be nice, beautiful. That sounds lovely. I'm good. You know, trying to stay busy, trying to keep my channel, working on that. My Patreon memberships. Hopefully, the plan is in the next couple weeks I'm gonna make it up to the pool hall so I can start practicing again. Since I haven't played, and I know I've given my shoulder more than enough time for it to fully heal, so I should be able to use it now. In that way, I'm hoping. I'm hoping my strength will be there, but I'll find out soon enough. So thank you for asking. It's always good to see you, sweetheart. I don't know where that bug came from. Well, actually I do, but... Oh yeah, I mean, I'm good now. I had rotator cuff repair surgery, um, February of last year. So, I tore my shoulder several years ago, bowling, and I had to wait some years before I got it fixed. So now that I finally got my shoulder worked on, I've just been waiting for it to heal up so I can use it without worrying about damaging it so much. And so, and I know I'm good now since it's been a year and a half, actually more than that. Mm-hmm. Hello, freeway girl. Put this up. Okay. Oh, well, thank you, honey. No, it's already healed. You're not making any sense to me, honey. My shoulder is pretty much healed. I just been taking it easy, not forcing it to do anything with it. Um, because what I've always heard from both people who've had rotator cuff repair and even from the doctors is you got to give the shoulder about a year, year and a half to really say it's fully healed after having, shoulder surgery. But even in my case, my surgeon, I made sure I got one of the best surgeons out there in my area when I started physical therapy. I was kind of expecting it was going to take me a solid year to work through the physical therapy to get my full range of motion back because that's what I've always heard. And, the hardest thing to get back is full range. Um, and it's always been to like pretty much reach behind my back. Um, and so when the physical therapy started working on me, they were all surprised at how quickly I bounced back. That anything they did to my arm, it didn't bother me. I would let them do it. Whatever exercises they gave me, I did it. And I, was very disciplined and I would go home and do all those exercises. Because the quicker I got my arm moving, the better off I was going to be. So I was very dedicated to building it back. And so I was able to get my full range of motion back in 5 months, to where they'll say most people it takes them a good solid year. So I would, I think now that, because I gave it a little bit more to heal up, that it'll hold up even better. I got to pick up a bowling ball, and that seemed fine. Now it's going to be more so finding out if I have my full strength in my arm to shoot pull and to, do a couple other things like go to the shooting range and things like that that I haven't done yet. So I'm pretty pleased with it. I still get a little pain in it, but it's nothing like what it used to be before, because before I tore my shoulder, or before I tore my shoulder, before I had my surgery, I would try and like cook something. Like, so you think of like, spaghetti sauce as an example. I would stand in the kitchen cooking up some homemade spaghetti sauce, and I wouldn't be able to like stir the pan. I would literally have to hold my shoulder and do it this way by holding my arm here in place. I couldn't do it without it hurting or even losing the feeling in my hand. So I knew that I had to have surgery. As much as I didn't want to do it, I knew I would have to, because my fear was I would lose my range of motion. I would never be able to get it back. That's what, I had a fear of. But I knew at that point it wouldn't matter. I wasn't going to be able to do nothing much with it anyways. Once I experienced that, it's like, yeah, I guess it's time. Came find out that I had a bone spur in my shoulder that would kept slicing into the tissue. So it wouldn't have mattered. I was going to need to have surgery in order to remove that, file it down, and then, fix the tear in my rotator cuff. So I'm thankful I did it. Oh, hi, Cynthia. I remember you, beautiful. How you been? And thank you. Yeah, I've been working on a lot of different things, honey. I haven't been streaming hardly. It's because it's just, I've been trying to take, a lot of my energy back to not overextend myself, as my spirit guides say I do, and to get my memberships going. So thank you, beautiful. I hope you're doing well too. I hope life has been gravy for you. It's good to see you. It's like I see your name and it registers, and I realize it's like I know that name, but I couldn't place it. So, and now that you said your name, it's like, oh, yes, I remember you. It's good to see you, beautiful. Whoa. Okay. Well, my beautiful people, I've been here for several hours. Well, I guess for me it feels like several hours. It's been 5 hours, my beautiful people. I don't have any more paid readings, and I know I gotta still do the general collective for my members. Um, I honestly don't know when I'll stream again. I didn't put myself on a schedule, y'all, like before. For those of y'all who've been with me from the very beginning, from like a year ago, it's when Spirit calls me out here, is when I'm coming. Aside from that, I'm doing the Patreon memberships where I've been doing the daily collective there for the members who pay for the membership. And in the future, I'll be doing some members only streams, and that was the goal. And I'm still working towards that as, it grows and I expand a little more to other things that I've been working on. I can't give away everything, but I just been working on a couple other projects in the meantime. So, my beautiful people, um, in case you don't know, I have the Patreon membership. Um, there's a link in the description box. There's also a post I did about a week ago. It's a picture of my cat, Toby. There's the Patreon link is there. I'm also doing a special right now because, like I said, I don't know when I'll be around. Um, but for those of y'all who may need a personal reading from me, and I understand some of y'all want to keep things private where it's not out here on the open, I respect that. Um, I'll be doing recorded readings privately for people. Um, it'll be $55. It's on the my channel under that post I did last week, and it'll be for a limited time, y'all. I really don't know. I'm letting spirit guide this right now, so I've got to release control and let spirit tell me where and when. So, but just know if you really need a reading from me, you can always reach me that way. And you can, send me an email and I can let you know. Right now, the recorded readings are $55.55. Um, if you want, me one on one like this, you can always get that too. It's just more expensive to get me that way, y'all. So, but I'm gonna shut it down for the time being, my beautiful people, so I can do my members' daily collective reading that I still got to do for them. Um, so again, I don't know when I'll be back. It'll be when Spirit calls me out here. But I've enjoyed hanging out here with y'all tonight. And, I enjoyed catching up with some of y'all. It's been good to see a lot of y'all because I haven't seen a lot of y'all in a while. It's, it's one of those things I know. There's been times I haven't been streaming nearly as long either. And that's kind of been me trying to scale it back a bit, but I'll still be around. Oh, Cynthia, I did do shorts, beautiful. I posted a short yesterday, in fact. You may want to check your notifications, beautiful. You would have to go on, like, my channel. Or, well, you're on my channel now. Hello. Sorry. Click on where you hit subscribe. Check what you have it under. You gotta select all. Otherwise, you won't get all the notifications. So, but I did post a short yesterday. It's out there. And, there'll be more different things that I put out there, but right now, the focus is on my paid memberships. I may, post openly every now and then for y'all too, but don't hold me to it, y'all. I have done some shorts. I plan on doing more. It's just gonna be whatever spirit says. And again, if you want to reach me, y'all got the info. Y'all know how to find me. And if you're interested in a Patreon membership, it's there too. On that link, the picture of my cat, Toby. And I hope I'll be catching up with y'all sometime soon. Wait and see. Y'all never know what the future holds. Till next time, my beautiful people. I'm sending y'all nothing but love and the best that this life has to offer. All of y'all. Till next time. Good night.